the right.
You're ready? Okay. Okay, everybody, welcome. It's nice to see all of you. Thank you for joining us today. It is exactly 6 p.m., and it is Wednesday, May 11th, 2022, and this is the regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council. So we're happy that you've all joined us for one of the many items on our agenda tonight. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Councilmember Kranz?
Here.
Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mosca?
Here.
Mayor Blakespear?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present this evening.
Okay, thank you, and I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have no special presentations or proclamations tonight, so we will move straight to oral communications. How many oral communications do we have?
We have about 16.
Okay, so we'll take the first 30 minutes of oral communications, and then we'll take the remainder at the end.
Okay, so I'm going to call you three at a time. Call you three at a time. Alex Mrazek, and there is a slideshow IT, followed by Doug Jones. He has a video to show, and then Jeff Morris, and he also has a slideshow. So we need to time 30 minutes.
If you have a slideshow and you're speaking at public comment, if you could go and sit in that front row and then let him know right before you're about to speak what the name of it is, he can pull it up. It'll just reduce transition time. Thank you. Try again.
Hello? Hello? Okay, I feel like Bill Murray's character in Groundhog Day when it comes to beacons. I'm reliving the same day, the same cast of characters, and the same result over and over again. This time it's different, though. You've closed the beach with no plan to reopen after the landslide moved, something we've all been warned about for years. This is not a surprise. You had an opportunity to fix this, but instead you let an outside lobbying group convince you to discard a solution that would have stabilized the bluff and preserved access for many years to come. But hey, someone's proud of themselves, and it's Surfrider Foundation. They, in their mind, they saved us from a de facto seawall. Usually when people are saved, they're happy. I'm not happy. My beach is closed. I have no access to the beach. There's no plan to reopen it. And you guys could have fixed this when you had a chance, and I'm not happy about the fact that both myself and the community has been lied to about this for years. Let's just look at these two images. One is a seawall down at Scripps, a permanent seawall. The other one is a rendering of the erodible sand cement buttress that your own city staff came up with as a way to stabilize the bluff and preserve access for years to come. Surfrider called that a seawall. It's not a seawall. And also the Coastal Act is clear. You guys have the discretion and many options at your disposal to preserve public access to the beach, which Beacons is a public beach. So what happened? ACOM went out and did an evaluation 2014, 2015, came up with a series of alternatives, one of which was an erodible sand cement buttress that all the agencies, your own city staff, and actually the Coastal Commission too, agreed was the best way to fix beacons for the long term. And then we were told over and over again over the years that the reason that that alternative was thrown away, and essentially we ended up with a staircase that nobody wanted, was because the Coastal Commission said no. We got the letter from the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission actually agreed, their geologists agreed with city staff that it was the best way to go. So we were being lied to. Again, seawall, not a seawall. Here's a memo from your own city staff discussing the status of the project back in 2017. And again, the memo says all state agencies are in alignment that the erodible sand cement buttress is the best alternative to stabilize beacons and preserve access for the future. They actually go and say that they looked at a seawall and threw that away because they thought Coastal Commission would not agree. Fine, that's great. We still had the erodible sand cement buttress and the stabilization. That was the preferred alternative. Everybody agreed. So what happened? This was never about beach access. It was never about anything other than Surfrider Foundation's managed retreat agenda. At the end of the process, Surfrider was running the whole process. They were actually instructing you guys, we got these emails through a Freedom of Information request, on how to run the meetings and hide things that were public like the Coastal Commission process. So what now? Repair the trail immediately, restart the bluff stabilization, and get Surfrider Foundation out of our business. We never asked them, they shouldn't be involved in this. It's you guys and us as the stakeholders, the community. Thank you.
Doug Jones, followed by Jeff Morris, and then Craig Campion.
So should I request that video come up now? Kieran, I think, sorted it out prior to the meeting. Yeah, go ahead. We had one small request that kind of freaks me out. Did any of you go to a high school where if you got in trouble, they gave you a pink slip and you went to the principal's office or the dean? Said no, yes, no, yeah. Maybe we could change those things to blue. It kind of freaked me out every time I see one. All right, so the huge polluting and sickening Chevron oil refinery I grew up nearby in the Bay Area, along with the choking vehicle exhaustion of the same bay, triggered me to be a substantial clean air advocate by age 12. It was pretty horrendous. It was one of the worst in the state. It's one of the reasons why I moved here. The Democrats, most of my adult life, were the leaders of clean and healthy air, especially in the Bay Area. And since this council intentionally has filed their decisions as Democrats, as you all are, despite the nonpartisan requirements that are in the charter, I'm a bit in question of that. Because unhealthy, deadly air pollution doesn't care what one's political affiliation is. It's equally as deadly. That same air killed my mother many years ago. The video shows Encinitas Boulevard, Rancho Santa Fe Road, and the access to the Czar Goodson project, where a new uphill traffic signal is proposed to be installed, which is right where you may see that those palm trees. This is on a light day. It's 3 to 7 seconds from Encinitas Boulevard, and not El Camino Real, pardon me, Rancho Santa Fe Road. And that is currently 26 to 30,000 trips per day. In doing my homework, I found that CARB, smog shop tests, showed that the uphill auto and truck restart at a stop sign, uphill, puts out about 8 to 20 carbons and more of toxic emissions than just driving straight ahead, including up that hill. Because this council, the 5 of you, have chosen to support anti-clean air vote in Encinitas, I have really no further faith in you, except that you are now in support of the Goodson project. Since you're in support of that, you're in support of, was it 2 minutes or 3? 2?
It was 3.
It was?
Oh, it would go so fast.
Man, I'm going to get another pink slip. I got.
Okay, how about one
So,
last sentence?
My last sentence. So it's currently, I believe you're the party of dirty air until some of this can be rectified. It's substantial, and it's backed up by the state of California. I'm done.
Thank you, Dick.
Next speaker is Jeff Morris. And Warren, he does have a slideshow, followed by Craig Campion, and then Maria Greenwald.
Make that bigger, because I haven't actually read that one yet. So this was sent to me. All right, good afternoon. My name's Jeff Morris, and I'm running for mayor of Encinitas this November. I'm trying to figure out what went wrong in Encinitas that brought us to this type of behavior from our city council. I don't think I've ever met you, Kelly, or talked to you. I can't recall, but this kind of practice by you, Catherine, is done by you, your inner circle, and your special interest buddies. They constantly attack innocent residents. Shouldn't be treating residents like that. Kelly, I'm kind of wondering, what were you hoping to gain when you decided to post this on Instagram for the world to see? Didn't happen. We've never seen each other outside here. We've never talked. That's nonsense. I spoke to Captain Lopez, and he said, you didn't file a complaint against me. In fact, he confirmed that there has never been, or there's no complaint ever filed against me, and if there was, I would have been contacted by the sheriff. So a lot of these people in this room make a lot of noise, but nothing has been filed. I've got the cleanest record in this room right now. It's pretty clear that your purpose is to shame, intimidate, and scare people, innocent people, from running for office or speaking up. I've got countless examples. This type of behavior is unacceptable, and it's why I decided to run. Our citizens should not be worried about speaking up or running for office. They should be treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. Thank you.
Craig Campion. And be followed by Maria Greenwald, and then Max Disposti.
Craig Campion, Poinsettia Park, Leucadia. So I'm kind of like a hoarder. I get all these newspapers and they sit in my living room, and eventually I catch up on the news. And I saw what happened to Bruce Sellers on the Planning Commission. So it upset me. I saw what was written, and supposedly he was let go because he's opposing the city's agenda on affordable housing. So my view is the city is not the council, the city is not the mayor, the city is the residents and the people. And I remember the election on the housing plan, and the majority of the people voted against it. So now it's being shoved down our throats by the mayor. The mayor said the intent of Bruce's release was not to be a public execution. So I'm just guessing it was supposed to be a private execution. He was Putinized. So I'm not a great friend of Bruce. I've talked to him over the years. I've gone to meetings and found him to be very honest, ethical, very balanced, a very good gentleman. So I was upset when I read that. I've been a big supporter of Tony over the years, Kelly. And when the mayor ran for election, I voted for her twice. But I won't again, because I just see what's happening. The city shouldn't be setting the agenda for the mayor's benefit. I know you need to placate what I call the cuckoo caucus of my party, so you hit your housing numbers. And by getting rid of Bruce, maybe that kind of greased the path for that. But I don't see it to the benefit of the city when you remove somebody that's a very honest gentleman, just for the backing of the developers or locally David Ecke Myers. So the one word I came up with when I was reading the news was just reprehensible. That's all I could think. This was reprehensible.
I didn't know if I was supposed to walk up. I wanted to thank everybody here in the City Council for donating so much of your life to Encinitas. I also have, hopefully, a suggestion for you. We wanted to let the council know that the Encinitas Citizens Complaint Form is essentially non-functional, and it requires fixing with the IT department. Bryant Jamison was terrific. He was very kind. He went through the form with us on a phone call, line by line, until we could finally get it to submit. In 10 years, I have never been able to get the form to submit. So I've walked down to here to fill it out personally. There is no doubt that other people attempting to submit a citizen's complaint form online have been unable to do so. And I'm sure it would make your lives much easier, too, if this worked. Oops. This is just the beginning of the form. When submitting the complaint, you include your name, address, and phone number. Totally appropriate. However, as you fill out the form and you get down to the part where you upload your images, pictures of garbage out for a week, and that kind of thing, it absolutely freezes. The entire form freezes, and you lose everything. Nothing's saved. Did I push the wrong button? Thank you. Then when we get to the name, the house next to us is owned by a corporation, so there is no first name and last name. And I'd like them to change the form so it says in the last name column, or corporate name. And what happened, ours was Hebron Green, so I put Hebron as the first name and Green as the second name. That messes everything up in the alphabetizing and the way your files work. So you have to put the entire corporate name in the last name section. So that just needs to be better directions. Next slide, please. The corporate entity email or telephone, I don't know it. So these sections should be optional. Next section, slide. In the short-term rentals, the guests are unknown to the neighbors. They're only there for 3 days, then out. So again, this is a section that should say optional. Next slide. Then I believe you should ask the complainant to list here their email. 2 reasons. 1, you can reach us, especially if you have questions on what we put in. And 2, that you can keep track of us. At the moment, it doesn't ask for email. Next slide. This looks like you can upload documents or photos. Not true. No matter what you enter, if it's one picture, it will freeze the entire form and you can't go forward. Thank you. So if you could have the IT department take a look, I'd appreciate it. Oh, one last slide, just very quick. There's a box you have to push on this one, and there is no box. I agree to these terms and conditions. There's no box.
I think
So
the
it will
box
not
is right
submit.
next to required. I mean, just on that last side, see how there's a box right next to required on the right side?
Right, but that's not strongly
Right, it should be.
outlined. I couldn't
yes.
find it until Jemison was very kind to show me where it was.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask the city manager to look into this, the Encinitas Citizens Complaint Form, and particularly to get back to us with some options for making a vacation rental complaint form specifically for that kind of complaint.
Next speaker is Max Disposti, Linda Alley, and then Jerry Barber.
Hello, good evening. Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members, it's good to be here. My name is Max Disposti, and I'm the founder, executive director of the North County LGBTQ Resource Center. I'm not going to speak on items in the agenda. It's more a comment of offering our collaboration, as has always been in the past few years, to support a lot of the recommendations in regards to creating more equity and visibility also for our LGBT families. We noticed that in other cities where we have done so, people that live here, but people that move here, or even people that come for vacation are really appreciating the fact that the city is inclusive and safe for also LGBT families and kids. In particular, I refer to the Equity Index for the Human Rights Campaign. I would love for the city to join because it's going to bring you a lot of good things, a lot of good news. And also create a visible contact relationships for the people that are seeking services here in Encinitas. I know you know that our center is in Oceanside, but we travel everywhere. We are everywhere in North San Diego County providing mental health, support to youth, human trafficking prevention, and so forth. So I would love for the city of Encinitas to benefit from that. And that was pretty much our comment in offering our collaborations and support. We're here for you. Let us know how we can support your work as well. So thank you so much for being there for us, and have a wonderful meeting. Thank you.
Linda, oh, there you go.
Well, I'm actually here tonight, number one, is to thank you. You probably don't hear that enough, for proposing at the last meeting a private design study for quiet zones at that April meeting. I'm also here to plead that you keep on it with the amount for the study and figure a way to fast track this study. Someone had said a year and a half, and I almost passed out. I realize you have many competing interests. Some here tonight asking for monies or something. But train noise is a health hazard issue for your constituents. It's not fluff, or it's not an experiment. It would be in the nice to have category. It's not even in the it would make our community beautiful category. I believe that the health of your constituents, should be your priority. And again, I thank you for the slight move forward. Just want to make sure, at this meeting it still moves forward. And thank you from the approximately 198 residents, your closest neighbor, Haciendas de la Playa condos. So keep up the good work.
Next is Jerry Barber, followed by Nancy Perry Sheridan, and then Scott Campbell.
Hi, my name's Jerry Barber, and I'm kind of mirroring what Linda just said for the funding of the Quiet Zone. We really appreciate you going forward with this. We really need it. It's been a long time coming, and I'm asking that you get moving on it as fast as possible so we can get this Quiet Zone done. Thank you.
Warren, handheld.
Hello. I appreciate your efforts to address the mental health issues in our community, and I want to let you know that these are a priority for San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth as well. My name is Nancy Perry Sheridan. I'm a social worker for San Diego Alliance, and this is my dog, Jossie. She's 9 years old. She is a yellow Labrador Retriever, and she's a certified therapy dog. San Diego Alliance provides education, programs, and resources with the goal of preventing alcohol, drug, and tobacco abuse and use among youth in the community. One of our most direct and popular programs for youth is called Canine Unwind. This program, we partner with therapy dog organizations in the community, and we visit middle schools and high schools throughout the district. And we provide a lot of stress relief and a little bit of unconditional love for the students and the staff at the middle schools and the high schools. Jossie's one of those dogs. The way this works is that we meet in a large grassy area at the schools. And we meet with the special needs students first and their aides. And then the lunch bell rings, and then dozens and dozens of students sort of embark upon Jossie and her 10 or 12 dog friends and their handlers, and we're all spread out on the grass on blankets. Students and staff come and just pet the dogs and spend time with them. The handlers are trained to check in with the students, listen to them, ask about their day, and then we have the opportunity to flag a student with a school counselor if the need arises. It's really a win-win for everybody, and we're very proud to be able to provide this program to the schools in our district. One lanky 7th grade boy told me after one of these visits that this day went from being the worst day ever to a day where he thought he would die from happiness. So that's kind of one of the expressions of gratitude that we see from our students and staff who are really trying to do the best they can with the circumstances that the environment presents itself. So I would like to just thank you for this opportunity to share about one of our programs. We have many other youth programs that you might be interested in checking out at our website, sandiguitoalliance.org. Thank you so much.
Okay, good evening, Council. You know my name. My name is Scott Campbell. I live in the Leucadia district. I'm here to talk about beacons. I don't have quite the information as that spectacular earlier presentation, but it's time for the city to have a realistic and practical conversation about this place. This has been going on since 2015, and now look where we are. We have the closed beach. Many members of this council have been talking about preserving culture of Encinitas. I've been coming to Encinitas for a long time, longer than some of you have been born, maybe. And one of the things that I remember was Encinitas was the flower capital and the surf center. We just lost one of the pillars of the surf center part. We have no more flowers, barely either. So I guess our culture's toast. I don't know. If that's not enough, and I'll talk about this more on the agenda item, the city and the council should really consider the impact on transit occupancy rentals and people that will not rent at those hotels because they can't go to a beach anymore. That's costing the bottom line. On a different subject, I had some contractors over at my house last night, and they live on San Alejo Boulevard, right on the rail trail. They're horrified about the new striping. There's no bikes, and now the lanes are narrow, and it's dangerous for them with their trucks. It's a lose-lose situation. Third topic. My son and his friends that live on North Vulcan, they prefer to go to Carlsbad for their entertainment because of the fiasco of downtown Encinitas and Leucadia, the hassles and the headaches, and it's just, the word he uses sucks. They like to go to Carlsbad. That's not good. The other lady had a broken website. I have problems with the broken website. On the first page, I can barely even get to the agenda page. I have to have it saved in the book links for some reason. I've tried refreshing. You know, I do computers for a living. The whole thing is kind of bad. You know, if data-driven, it's hard to even get to the data. Americans are worried about maintaining their standard of living. The city council should be more concerned with nuts and bolts and less social issues at this point. Thank you.
Next speaker, Becky Rapp.
Good evening. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent to 3 teens and a youth group mentor. I'm very familiar with the drug issues our kids are facing, specifically with marijuana. A recent article in the Wall Street Journal titled, "Talking to Teens About Cannabis Gummies as Use Booms. It discusses the very significance and importance of youth prevention. According to the article, candy-like marijuana products have become the main way of getting high for teens. Schools and doctors say that teens are getting high at school on these candies, as well as cookies containing THC. Because edibles look innocuous and don't involve inhaling smoke into the lungs, students view them as less dangerous than smoking pot and underestimate the potential harm. One standard unit of THC is 5 milligrams, as defined by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, but one candy bar can contain or include up to 10 doses. What teen is going to stop after a half of a bite or one bite, or adult for that matter? I strongly encourage you to consider banning all flavored marijuana products, especially the ones that are food infused with excessive levels of THC. Please send a message to residents that you recognize this product as predatory and will not allow our teens and young adults to pay the price. I noticed you're discussing marijuana taxes tonight on the agenda, and I encourage that you allocate those funds to youth prevention and educating our teens and our residents on this detrimental effect of high THC infused products. Thank you.
Mayor, that was 30 minutes. Do you want to continue, or we have 7 left?
Yeah, let's continue. Let's
Okay.
finish.
Next 3 speakers, Natalie Satoon, Geraldine Kessler, then Terry Ann Skelly.
Hello, I have an exhibit. Actually, if you could keep the slides up for the online viewers, that would be great, please. Hello, Natalie Satoon, Cardiff. Here's some recent photos of encampments in Encinitas. Specifically, Kelly and Joy, these are your districts. Next slide, please. As representatives of these districts, what are you actively doing to combat this? I continuously send emails and talk about homelessness, but I'm not the person sitting as a district representative. Next slide, please. Joy, thank you for your email today. You finally emailed me back after countless emails, and I'm in your district, so I appreciate your very first email to me after months of this. Kelly, I appreciate yours. This is the first time you've emailed me, but this is the first email I directly sent this to you. Next slide, please. As residents, it seems we're more invested in this issue than you all are. Just because homelessness is an issue in other cities, it doesn't grant you the latitude to give up on Encinitas. Next slide, please. Drive around your districts. Email the necessary people to clean up the encampments before we have to email you all. Next slide, please. This isn't acceptable. Please take pride in your community. This was actually today. On a sad note, I recently reached out to the City Council several times regarding the lady in the wheelchair who took up residence on the 101. Christian Gutierrez said that he was trying to win her trust. You all were copied on the emails about this. I emailed you all several times about it. I finally totally gave up on the city. As her health declined, I finally reached out to the Sheriff's Department, who that day took her under 5150 and took her to the hospital in a near-death state, where she's probably passed. If we're going to have a housing director, we need to ensure the homeless encampments or the homeless housing director has the appropriate services, including intervention, where people do not die on our streets at our own hands. This is an example of where things went critically wrong. Thank you.
I would like to speak about the environmental nightmare housing project on Melba Road that is slated to take down a grove of mature Torrey pines 173 trees, 30 smaller trees, and native shrubs, along with demoing not one, but 3 beautiful historical homes built in 1938 or possibly earlier, all based on the ill-fated density bonus law AB 2345. The community just received the notification for participation on this nightmare project. As I mentioned before, 50 to 75% of the documents from Torrey Pacific has been submitted and we received from the city on this environmental nightmare housing project are incomplete and loaded with inaccurate information in them. But my area of focus is both on the demo of the beautiful historical homes and the trees that are taken down. I sent the arborist report to you last week just to remind you of all those healthy, beautiful trees that are being removed. It's breaking the hearts and souls of the longtime tax-paying residents. During the pandemic, they are not allowed to feel safe in their homes and environments because they are constantly reminded they will be losing the tree canopy simply by just looking out the window. The 3 historical homes built in 1938 were not even researched by the Cogstone report. I spoke with a historical architect, and she stated that when 2 or more historical homes are on the property, it could be classified as a historical district, along with the grove of the mature Torrey pines on Melba. It represents a rural scene like no other place in Encinitas. Please support the community in acquiring this property from the Staver Trust before we lose our beautiful Encinitas redwoods. Perhaps we could get a bond placed on the ballot for open space. Everyone in Encinitas would surely support this, not just the community that will be directly impacted by the Staver environmental nightmare housing project. Please provide the community with guidance and support on this, or perhaps we could get soft green infrastructure funding from the state and federal government. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Terry Ann Skelly, followed by Mark Wilcox, and then Donna Westbrook.
Good evening, City Council. I'm a parent of young adult sons. I've followed the Encinitas unfortunate situation that will bring 4 marijuana storefronts to our city. I understand that later in the evening, you will be considering a marijuana business tax for the November ballot. Because of the lateness of the hour when this is considered and my responsibilities at home, I would like to share with you my support for taxes, perhaps at a rate of 8%, which is the tax rate in the city of San Diego for marijuana storefronts. The taxes could be used for parents and young people by providing prevention messaging for young people under 25, for law enforcement minor decoy operations. It could be used for annual county code enforcement checks on the correct labeling of marijuana products. Since the Department of Cannabis Control, the DCC, does not have an enforcement officers or protocols in place yet, the correct and complete labeling of high THC marijuana products is critical and important now. It's a beginning in recognizing that there are real costs of marijuana consumption for young adults, families, neighborhoods, and society in general. The costs are extremely high in mental health expenses alone, which is becoming more clear with each and every new study. Thank you for your consideration and this opportunity to speak to you on such a significant subject of using marijuana taxes to mitigate the cost of marijuana sales, promotion, and normalization of Encinitas' youth. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Wilcox. I'm a father, grandfather, and advocate for youth. May was first declared as Mental Health Awareness Month over 70 years ago. Then 15 years ago, the recognition that mental health problem of children was needed a special designation. So Children's Mental Health Awareness Day was designated for May 7th. We all know that positive mental health is essential to a child's healthy development from birth and promotes youth resiliency through adolescence. I am passionate about protecting children from drugs drug use that short circuits their positive mental journey to adulthood faster than any other problem. 9 in 10, 90% of all adults with substance use disorder or addiction started drinking, smoking, or using other substances before the age of 18.2 years of age. Using any one substance, alcohol, nicotine, or marijuana, dramatically increases the likelihood of using others. For example, teens aged 12 to 17 who used marijuana, THC, in the past month were 6 times more likely to use alcohol, 8 times more likely to binge drink, 15 times more likely to report heavy alcohol use, 9 times more likely to use cigarettes, and 10 times more likely to use other illicit drugs. All substance abuse puts teens at increased risk for a variety of adult adverse mental and physiological health outcomes. Perhaps you've seen the hashtag #ShowUpForPrevention, which is part of a mental health campaign that begins with hashtag #ShowUpForYourself, hashtag #ShowUpForYourFriends, hashtag #ShowUpForPrevention. May I respectfully suggest that we all show up for prevention and create for the city's young people a strong enough safety net that they can't fall through, starting with robust marijuana taxes for the November ballot, which can be used for marijuana prevention messages. Please, let's follow the science. Thank you.
Next, final 3 speakers are Donna Westbrook, Judy Strang, and then KB Strange.
Well, I'm here to talk about density bonus and how it's not working the way it's supposed to work, even though we were told that it was. What is happening is developers are allowed to sell to other developers, or in this case, I think it was a bank, so that they can then rent it to low-income people. That wasn't the idea of density bonus. It was that the one little poor house that was allowed in the density bonus, they wouldn't build anymore, and you wouldn't do anything about it, so that they could get their 3 market rate or more houses, meant that the person who thought they were going to have some type of equity in a house, that they would be able to buy that house at lower, or in some type of a lower amount than what they were selling the $1 million houses. You, unfortunately, have changed density bonus. It kept saying, oh, we're following the law, but you don't check to find out. It's like, well, it's the developers. It's not our fault. We don't care. You, 5 of you, that's every one of you, are participating in this type of corruption to take that one little house for the low income away from them to build equity. Remember that word? We're going to hear it tonight. And as far as I can see, you have not done anything to help. You all need to resign. Hopefully we can fire you, which would be even better because it would be a better headline. But look up there and see what it says. And if you haven't read the article, read the article, because it's shameful the way that you have treated people who need those houses. You allow the density bonus to go in. Neighbors had said it's not working. You did not care. And you're using density bonus for every one of those R30 up zones that you did. And I'm telling you, bad people that you are. You hear that? Doesn't sound good, does it? Well, you are, because you're not doing anything to stop this corruption.
Good evening, Judy Strang with Sandegate Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. It's been fun to see people who work with us and colleagues and partners from around the county who care about our young people speak to you tonight. I wanted to share some information with you about fentanyl. Yesterday was Fentanyl Awareness Day, and there's some terminology that we use in the public health community, that we use in the prevention field, and that we use among parents that I thought might be useful to you, and perhaps you hadn't heard them before. First of all, in the public health world, it's important to remember that fentanyl is a potent synthetic opioid drug approved by the FDA for pain relief and as an anesthetic. When it's prescribed by a doctor, fentanyl can be given as a shot, it's a patch, or it can be used in a lozenge form, like a cough drop. And that drug can be used inappropriately and abused because it gives you a feeling of euphoria. When it's used in too high of a quantity and death occurs, we call it an overdose. And it can be used as death by suicide. When it's added by unscrupulous manufacturers to drugs like heroin and cocaine, and to look-alike pharmaceuticals like OxyContin, and thus purchased illegally and unknowingly, and then consumed, we call it a poison. However, it can be in prescription look-alike drugs that are bought illegally by young people, and mostly these are Xanax and Adderall, the drugs of choice, prescription drugs of choice for young people, or in marijuana products, again, unknowingly. When death occurs, we call it murder in the parent community. We appreciate the recent California court cases where a charge of second-degree murder has been brought against dealers, and those manufacturers have sold Xanax, in this case, to a local teen that was laced with fentanyl, and that resulted in her death. Second-degree murder is based on the theory of implied malice. Under this theory, the murder needs not to be intentional. Rather, implied malice means that the conduct of the accused displayed a conscious disregard for life. In other words, the accused acted in a way that could likely cause death, but acted anyway. I think you can understand why it's important that our young people understand what this means to them. As you know, we have a vaping presentation that we show at schools and in homes and youth organizations, both for parents and for young people. And we have added information around fentanyl to that vaping presentation. And you can contact San Diego Alliance, and we'd be glad to do it for you in any situation. Among prevention organizations, we often ask ourselves, how does illegal drug-choosing behavior come to be? Can I just finish the last paragraph? I'll promise to be quick.
Yes.
And we wonder what are the messages of acceptability and advertising that bring our youth to use drugs? What are the access and availability to drugs that cause drug-choosing behavior to be sustained? And how can we interrupt this availability, advertising, access, and acceptability? We may not be able to prevent it entirely, but at San Diego Alliance, we are trying to mitigate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Good evening, Encinitas City Council. My name is KB Strange. I'm a pharmacist. I've been a pharmacist for many, many years. I practiced in Encinitas in North County for all of those years. And I see every day how smoking and vaping weakens lungs and accelerates health declines. It was about 12 years ago, in 2010, that the County Board of Supervisors developed their Live Well vision for our county. 8 years ago, the city of Encinitas became a partner in that Live Well vision of your city. The centerpiece of the Live Well vision were 3 goals. First, to improve nutrition of the citizens. Second, increase physical activity. And third, decrease tobacco use. It was the results of many studies that we found that these 3 behaviors, nutrition, physical activity, and tobacco use, were significant contributing factors to 4 main diseases: heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and respiratory conditions. In fact, if you put all those 4 together, they account for more than 50% of all deaths in our nation. So today, I'd like to thank the City Council of Encinitas for adopting a flavored tobacco ban here in Encinitas. And we hope that this reduces e-cigarette and tobacco use in this city as it has done in other cities. This ban deprives the tobacco marketplace of their most lucrative and desirable customers, young people. The only people that they aim their product at are the young people with their candy-flavored e-cigs and vapes. So in conclusion, I'd like the City of Encinitas and staff and listeners to come with me and to consider taking one more step to remove young people as targets and add a flavored marijuana products ban from the marketplace as well. Thank you for listening.
That does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the public speakers today. Our next item is, we did not have closed session today. Tarquin, do you have anything to announce regarding closed sessions?
No report, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the posted agenda. And then regarding the consent calendar, I haven't received no requests from the public.
Okay, I entertain a motion on consent.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 10A.
Okay, thank you. And item 10A is the Encinitas Equity Committee final report. So we will hand this over, I think, to Nicole, our Equity Committee facilitator. And how many public comments do we have on this item?
We have about 16.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Nicole Lance, and I am here to present the final report out for the Equity Committee, which has been meeting for the past 12 months. The most important starting point for this evening, really finally as a culmination, not just of the last year of work, but for the efforts put in and the attention given to this item, is just to say thank you. Thank you to the council for prioritizing this, and thank you to all of the members of the Equity Committee, a number of whom were able to attend this evening. A brief overview of the committee work. In May of 2021, the committee was brought together with the stated purpose as it's listed on the screen. I will spare you from reading every single sentence of that. But as you can see from the initial purpose overview, it was a broad focus that we wanted to come together, understand what the equity interests were in Encinitas, and then what were areas of action that we could take accordingly. The committee worked to identify 4 key focus areas: housing, public safety, community engagement, and diversity, equity, and inclusion commitment in action. And so it's kind of narrowing down from that broad purpose into what are the 4 areas that we can really have some emphasis on and see some action in. Throughout the course of the committee's work, we leveraged subject matter experts and community partners, which included talking with local community groups. There was a joint meeting held with the Sheriff's Office and the City Council, along with the Equity Committee, and staff and contractor presentations. So the work of the Equity Committee wasn't in a vacuum of just the 10 individuals that were on the community. It was really intentional of collaborating with groups and making sure that we were getting information in from outside sources to inform the conversations. And then lastly, there was a stated caveat from the committee that we would focus on Encinitas issues within local control. So understanding that there are global problems and problems much larger outside of Encinitas, but that the work would really kind of narrow in on those areas where we had some emphasis here in Encinitas. Overall, there were 45 individual recommendations across the focus areas. So drilling in from those 4 areas, kind of what we came to, what the committee came to recommend. And then the committee kind of finalized the work by completing a priority analysis. So looking at which items would have high impact, which were easy to implement, and then also taking into account the immediacy of the need. So what could be done quickly to influence some of these areas of equity consideration. So tonight, I am not going to go through every single recommendation line by line, although I am happy to do so if you would like me to, but really to focus on the priority recommendations for implementation. So we are available to answer questions on all the recommendations. I do have committee member Marlon Taylor here. He'll be presenting a portion of these. We are recommending acceptance of the final report. It's not an acceptance of every single recommendation on there, and we're signing off to do that. But really to give the acceptance of the report so that staff can then take it and do kind of that next step of analysis and then come back with those recommendations for implementation. So the first focus area is diversity, equity, and inclusion commitment and action. And so one of the top recommendations that came out of that was around clarifying the city's commitment, so really making it something visible. And the committee is recommending establishing equity criteria to be used in city processes, programs, and reports, and also requiring an equity impact statement as part of staff reports to council. And there's in the staff report, there's a appendix item that has an example of what that might look like. And that's a really great place that says establish equity criteria. The committee did not go out and outline what all of those were. That's the work that would kind of be staff coming back and looking at that and saying, here's what would make sense given our processes. And then secondly, creating and adopting a welcoming community statement. So again, really visibly clarifying the city's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The next three under the same focus area, educating city staff on diversity, equity, inclusion, which again is a broad recommendation, understanding that that would need to be incorporated appropriately within city operations. And then hiring a leader to sustain that DE&I or diversity, equity, and inclusion commitment by overseeing some of those equity interests. And so whether that's a contract position, whether that's a staff position, the intent being that there is kind of an ongoing commitment to that. And then the committee really focused in on diversification of city boards and commissions to represent local demographics. And there was a recommendation to require at least one woman or one person of color in each applicant pool for boards and commissions. So again, understanding what it means to have diverse applicant pools and how that can influence selection processes and kind of working towards that with that requirement. There was a number of other, an additional recommendation in there that was, had these 4 parts in it, which are ones that are, some are already in progress, and so they rose to the top, but also with a recognition that the city staff is already doing some of these. So multilingual applications, making sure that we're having a table and offering recruitment opportunities for boards and commissions at events and activities, creating a contact list of nonprofits to distribute openings to. And so again, that's not a be-all, end-all stopping point for distribution, but again, an intentional approach to how are we kind of recruiting for boards and commissions. And then also asking existing commissions to really commit to, as part of their focused actions, to recruit new members with an emphasis on diversity and equitable representation. So leveraging existing commission members to go ahead and boost the diversity and equitable representation of potential incoming applicants. Under housing, include and communicate to diverse voices in the housing process, which again is a large-scale, broad recommendations. There's a couple of these that rose really to the top. Adding 2 additional seats reserved for renters to the Planning Commission. That was an in-depth conversation around representation on the Planning Commission given the high number of renters here in Encinitas. Number 2, creating a practice or revising the existing policy specifically to ensure diverse voices are heard in the housing process. And so that, again, is going to require some additional work to look at as those processes come through planning and zoning and or council. How are we specifically getting those diverse voices in? And generally, that's the difference between public advertisement or notification versus public engagement and interaction. And then lastly, ensure the racial and ethnic equity study, which is ongoing currently, as well as future studies, intentionally engage the current unhoused population. There was a lot of great conversation from the groups that are responsible for that study about how they are engaging people and getting that information. There was a desire to see that kind of extend beyond just that study. And then there were two other items of note that came up in these conversations towards kind of the end after we'd done the sort of explicit prioritization exercise, which were identifying a location and partners to work with to develop a 100% affordable housing project. It was important to the committee that that get recommended kind of in that priority zone. And then number two, identifying dedicated additional funding streams to support the city's housing goals. So recognizing that initiatives in that space are costly, can be costly, and so wanting to see an effort relative to getting those funding streams sort of identified. Next focus area was public safety, and the top recommendation was to create a public health and safety commission to ensure the city's public health and safety needs are met. And that's a pretty broad, encompassing kind of statement. So I'm actually going to hand this off to Marlon at this point to go through the proposal that the committee discussed and then ultimately is recommending.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and citizens. It was my absolute honor to serve the city as a member of the Encinitas Equity Committee. Over the last year, we've engaged in working to better understand ways we can make an already amazing city better. We want to remind people that visit our city that this community is welcoming and inviting. As our world gets smaller, we believe that the city staff should be equipped with the tools that will allow them to foster a more collaborative and innovative work environment that embraces our different experiences, perspectives, and styles. By maintaining a work environment built on respect, trust, and collaboration, the city will be better equipped to provide superior service to the city's communities. In order to grow, evolve, and improve, we must continue to cultivate a culture that appreciates, welcomes, and embraces the full spectrum of diversity. As the city worked towards a new contract agreement with the San Diego Sheriff's Department, we recognize that the city needs to take a more forward-leaning, proactive approach to better understand the services provided by the San Diego Sheriff's Department. Using fiscal responsibility and safety as our North Star, we're advocating for the use of data throughout the life of the current contract to make informed decisions that will lead to wise fiscal decisions, effective and efficient use of the wide array of public safety resources available to the city, and ultimately leading to a safer Encinitas. The concept of a public health and safety commission isn't new or groundbreaking. Sheriff's contract is the city's largest contract, and we believe that a public health and safety commission comprised of citizens from each of our neighborhoods can advise the mayor, city manager, and council and serve as the community's voice on a variety of issues. And as you can see, there are a number of cities in Southern California, throughout the state, literally, that have a similar commission set up. Next slide, please. So again, we want to be able to utilize the extremely rich talent pool of experienced citizens that, you know, to be able to advise the city on all matters regarding public health and safety. I've engaged with a number of you in a variety of forms, and I know the passion. I know your commitment to this city, and this board or this commission would be a voice for the citizens on all matters public health, safety related. Some of the things that I'd envisioned that this, or we'd envisioned that this commission would work on are crime incidences, trends, data, and crime prevention. The importance of being able to put out that data and understand what we're looking at is going to be critical. Life safety issues. The center point for conversations about the unhoused. You know, this is a commission that would deal with those issues and help address some things that we can do better. Mental health issues. And groundbreaking initiatives such as addressing the barriers to women becoming firefighters in Encinitas. All things related to public safety, this commission would be the center point for. Again, The sheriff's contract is our biggest contract in the city, and the fact that we don't currently have a commission that works on that is, it's weird. Next slide, please. Like I said, ultimately, the way that I envision this commission working, as we talked through it, we looked at all of the other commissions within the city. Just like every other commission, it would be comprised of 7 members with representation from each of the city's neighborhoods. That way, those representatives can chime in on things that are happening within their communities and provide a voice, provide insight, provide a, that local knowledge as to ways that those areas can be made safer, or ways that, that commission can reach community members. Pretty much the same structure, again, as every single commission within the city. Next slide, please. And some of the data or events, things that we would track, or this commission would track: number of incident responses, number of medical calls, number of water-related calls, all things within the realm of safety. So the city council and the city manager can have a better understanding of exactly what's going on. How can we utilize our resources that are available to us? Ultimately, we want to put the public health and safety professionals that serve our city in a position to succeed. To do that, this commission will provide city recommendations on ways to improve public education on matters such as calling for support, increasing awareness of resources that are available, and actions that we can all take to reduce property crime incidents. Next slide, please. And those are some of the goals. You can take a read at those. Next slide. And one of the services that we want to raise awareness and understanding of is the Mobile Crisis Response Team. The North Coastal Mobile Crisis Response Team is a non-law enforcement mobile crisis intervention program for children, youth, and adults who are experiencing a behavioral health crisis. This organization is located in the North Coastal region of San Diego. Each MCRT team consists of a licensed mental health clinician, case manager, and peer support specialist. We recommend that the city uses its resources, such as their website and any publications that are mailed, to raise awareness of this vital resource. Additionally, we're asking that a monthly report be made available to the Public Health and Safety Commission, if it is stood up, to provide MCRT usage and performance metrics. We believe that combined, these actions will result in safer streets, with people getting the care and support they need in a respectful and dignified manner. Thank you for your time.
Community engagement was the additional focus area, and the recommendations here really kind of focused on accessibility of city communications, so understanding equity and inclusion in that sense as well, with recommendations for additional community language options, translation options, and accommodations for the visually impaired, offering sign language interpretation services at public meetings and events. And then there was a recommendation to conduct an analysis of community outreach processes to determine efficacy in reaching all representative groups of the community. So essentially taking a look at what are we doing in terms of those outreach activities, and are they really reaching the populations that we need to? And then taking a look at, based on how that comes in, are there process recommendations or improvements that could be added? Establishing Encinitas as a place that welcomes everyone. And this was an important conversation for the committee, that they do feel Encinitas is welcoming, and we want to include that and kind of continue to grow that as well, which is where you see this really public-facing focus around utilizing city venues, events, or infrastructure to clearly communicate Encinitas as a place that welcomes everything. So moving it again from what we already feel is pretty good into kind of that next level. External presentations utilizing visible flags, banners, etc., holding intentional celebrations to highlight diverse populations and equity issues, and then partnering and working with businesses to make more visible displays. Again, with the recognition that a lot of this is occurring already, and how can we take that and support that moving into that next level. Additional recommendations were expanding support for LGBTQ plus equity efforts, including designating a city staff member to be a liaison with the North County LGBTQ Center, having a dedicated LGBTQ plus resources page on the City of Encinitas webpage, and promoting LGBTQ plus community events through the city webpage, listings, and city email. Again, that intentional focus to move forward these areas kind of into that public perception and awareness. The work is just beginning. We've just kind of gone through the priority recommendations. The additional ones are included in the staff report, but it is important to recognize that, especially from the committee's point of view, this is a starting point, not an end. There's ongoing work to sort of operationalize the aspirational, which was a phrase that kind of came out of the committee, knowing that one report in and of itself isn't enough to advance all of this. There will be required additional staff study and consideration, and then intentional action and implementation. So again, with that, the most important ending point now is also thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm available. Marlon's here, and we've got Ross and possibly some others from the committee out there.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Nicole. I really appreciate Marlon coming and giving that presentation tonight, and the other members of the committee who are here and who were not able to make it. We had a really great 12 months where we met monthly and talked in public, and the public participated and came up with this here. So I'd like to ask my colleague, Councilmember Hinsey, if she would like to say anything before we hear the public speakers, and then we'll make other comments.
I won't say too much, but reflecting on the last year, it's been a really valuable effort. Nicole mentioned that we learned almost as much as we were giving feedback about how to improve that process, getting presentations from our own staff about what's underway, presentations from the Sheriff's Department, from MCRT. We really learned a lot about how policies are made and where the city can do better. So as my colleagues consider these recommendations, I encourage us to think about it not as a checklist where we just go through and get this stuff done, but more as a roadmap where we've mapped out a lot of different directions that the city can go. And we'll look to our city manager to hire the right staff to implement these goals, and call again on experts in our community to serve on this commission who bring this expertise. The last thing I'll note is that this group had a focus on intersectionality, which is all the different identities that we hold within ourselves. And having a group of folks who represented those communities that have been historically excluded from some of these conversations was really valuable to me personally, and I think, and I hope that it becomes that way for our city. And on top of that intersectionality, there were folks who were represented who serve so many different roles within our community. Marlon, for example, serves on the Encinitas Union School Board District. Ross is a commissioner, also a board member of a whole bunch of different nonprofits. We had Mario and Molly. Mario is a former veteran, and he runs nonprofit programs here in our city that bring kids who might not live next to the beach or grow up knowing how to swim to be surfing at beacons and learning how to interact with in the water in a safe way. So there were so many different perspectives that were brought to the table, and I think a lot of them may be novel in our city. So thank you to everybody who participated, and I look forward to hearing from the members of the community.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear the public comments first.
Okay, I'm going to call you three at a time. A reminder that you do have 3 minutes. First is Joshua Lazarson, followed by Susan Turney, and then Tom Scott.
Good evening. I thought I was only going to have 2 minutes. I'm going to have to speak very slowly. I'm with you this evening to speak in favor of the recommendations in the Equity Committee members' report, and I thank them for their work. Why am I in favor of these initiatives? Because I know that in some sense, to some degree, I'm a racist. It doesn't matter what I want to believe about myself, what I've read, what I've done, who I know. The fact is that there are prejudices, stereotypes, falsehoods, and simplifications that are hardwired in my head. Ridding myself of them is a lifelong battle, and I know that it's one that I'm ultimately going to lose. I believe that we're all subject to the same reality. James Baldwin said, "You think your pain and your heartbreak are unprecedented in the history of the world, but then you read." I'd say, perhaps you think that prejudice is someone else's burden until you live, and you listen to yourself and others, and you level with yourself, and you realize that this is something real. It's not the exception, it's the rule, and it's a rule that we have to grapple with if we're going to change the way the world is. We shouldn't do DEI work because it's required or PC or it makes us seem a more hospitable place. We do it because we know how ingrained the injustices and injuries and prejudices of the world are, and because we're greedy, short-sighted animals whose cars are much larger than our brains and hearts at this point in our evolution. We need to strip bare our pretensions and admit that while many of us could live with the status quo, that status quo has benefited a relative few at the cost of the health and the happiness and the dignity of many. Diversity in America is not an aspiration. It is a reality that moves and shapes us, as evidenced by the great polarization we are experiencing right now. If we simply hope for economic and political and social and environmental justice, there will be nothing worth saving here pretty soon. We have to be willing to work and sacrifice for a justice that redresses the real injuries around us, around all of us. While our efforts may be imperfect, the committee's recommendations stand on the right side of history, expanding opportunities for people to participate in governance, to set down roots in this community, to take responsibility for building equity in the work of public safety, and to set an example for others and other communities. Please move this work forward. I think it's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Susan Turney, Leucadia. This is actually my slide, not the previous speakers. You've all by now seen today's news, the latest on the fair housing discrimination lawsuit filed against the city of Encinitas back in January. 4 months later, the council has done nothing to correct its illegal and immoral practice of selling affordable homes to wealthy investors rather than qualified low-income buyers. Units intended for lower-income earners to begin building generational wealth have instead been sold at a fraction of their market value to investors who just happen to be 73% white and male. The council's response to the discrimination charges is a consistent, let them rent. Tonight, you saw the end results of a full year's worth of work by the Equity Committee. Reading between the lines, I saw that the committee has produced nothing more than a grandiose-sounding yet overly broad, vague set of recommendations for targets that are impossible to achieve, such as diversity quotas not supported by our demographics, and poorly defined goals that have no measurable outcomes, so cannot be implemented. Conspicuously missing from the committee's list of recommendations are the city's discriminatory fair housing practices, a very real issue that seems tailor-made for the Equity Committee to address. Yet the committee has sat silent on the topic alongside the council since January. The incongruity of something called the Equity Committee choosing to ignore Encinitas' unfair housing practices can be explained only by its dependence on the mayor and council who refuse to anger their developer donors who profit off the discrimination. If this council and if this committee and council won't fight for equality, you have no business taking on equity.
Next speaker is Tom Scott, followed by Ross Ritter, and then Scott Campbell.
Hello again. When I moved here 27 years ago, my wife, who's a Filipina, said, wow, this is a beautiful place, but there aren't many people like me up here, are there? And this map explains a lot of the historical reasons why. This is the redlining map that was managed by the Federal Homeowners Loan Corporation, and this created a wall around San Diego that prevented people from moving north to North County. And this is why history is so important, because history gives us an insight into why things are the way they are, and why is so many parts of North County lacking diversity this is the historical reason why. And this was followed up, and my wife actually grew up in that red zone that you see down there in South San Diego. And this was followed up by covenants that excluded everyone except Caucasians. The land that the Cardiff Elementary School sits on is one of those properties that was subject to a racial covenant. Now, these were all outlawed, but by the time people were able to move, they didn't have the generational wealth to move to North County. Next slide. Still, the demographics of Encinitas are in fact changing, and I highly recommend the Sandag Data Finder. It's a great tool. They've taken census data, which can be really confusing to try and parse and make sense of from decade to decade, and put it into an easy-to-use format. And you can see that Encinitas has gone from 87% white to 73% white today. The Hispanic population is increasing slightly, 15 to 18%. The Asian population is expanding 3 to 5%. 2 or more non-white categories up to 3.1%. We have a very tiny black population, about 500 people in Encinitas now, but it too is expanding. Next slide. Still, when you look at Oceanside, you can see that we're quite a ways off. And there are historical reasons too why Oceanside ended up being much more diverse than Encinitas. But this is the, if you compare Encinitas to Oceanside, Oceanside is 48% white only. Encinitas is 73%. Oceanside is, got to get my glasses, 35% Hispanic. We're 16% Hispanics. But I think looking at Oceanside points us, it shows where we're going. Oh, that was quick. Wow. Anyway, please support the recommendations of the Equity Committee.
Ross Ritter. Ross will be followed by Scott Campbell, and then Marco Gonzalez.
My name is Ross Ritter, and I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for appointing me to the Equity Committee. I've learned a great deal from my fellow committee members and guest speakers over the past year. I'm proud of the work we have done and the recommendations we bring to you today for your consideration. As a member of the LGBTQ community, I would like to specifically request that you support the 4 recommendations supporting LGBTQ equity efforts. 3 of the recommendations you saw on the screen earlier were recommended for immediate implementation and would be relatively easy to do. And I would be happy to assist city staff with developing content for the LGBTQ resource page on the city webpage if they would like any assistance. The 4th recommendation that would involve a bit more work and is hence under plan implementation, which would be the next step, is to submit an application to the Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equality Index, the MEI, with the goal of earning a perfect score of 100 points. The index evaluates a city based on non-discrimination laws, the municipality as an employer, municipal services, law enforcement, and leadership in the LGBTQ equality. The application process can be a roadmap to LGBTQ equality in our community by identifying issues that need to be addressed. The nearby cities of Oceanside, Chula Vista, San Diego, Palm Springs, Riverside, and Los Angeles have all completed this process and have earned 100 points as perfect scores. Encinitas should be among them. As he personally extended tonight, Max Despoti, the North County LGBTQ Executive Director, has graciously offered to help us with our application, as he's done in Oceanside, and help them get a perfect score as well. I would also like to make myself available to city staff to help with this application process if needed. I ask that you fully support these 4 recommendations on LGBTQ plus equity efforts, as well as all the other recommendations in the report. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Scott Campbell, and I live in the Leucadia district. One thing that's interesting is I never hear mention of the Pacific Pines housing, which we pay for. I mean, now it's time to get out your red pens. I've got a number of line items on this that we should consider. The two renters on the Planning Commission is somewhat interesting. If you try to do something like that in the private sector hiring practices, that would not fly very well to have somebody with special qualifications like that. The Health and Safety Commission was interesting, but I think that should be combined with the Traffic and Safety Commission. We have two commissions with safety in their name. That seems kind of weird. There's a mention of visible displays. I really don't think the city should be involved in promoting any special interest groups, particularly ones that are by name non-inclusionary. This one's really interesting too. The need-based stipend. Going back hundreds of years in America, serving on cities and all that stuff was based on those who can, and it was an obligation. It wasn't based on getting money back. If you need money to serve on a commission, you really should be probably spending your time improving yourself and your lot in life. This is a tongue twister. Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equality Index. Is there money in this for the city? Otherwise, who cares? I'm sorry, but who cares? Does anybody know about this thing? The appendix item, the equity statement. To me, it reads like a Dear Leader poem in North Korea. An impact statement really should be analyzing this particular item in front of you and what it means, what positives and what negatives and what other areas it affects. It's not just a blanket statement that you throw in at the bottom like on the back of a bank statement that nobody reads, FDIC, blah, blah, blah. Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is Marco Gonzalez, followed by Teresa Beauchamp, followed by Bob Ayers.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Marco Gonzalez speaking on behalf of myself. A few years ago on a panel talking about affordable housing, I made some comments about my experience in seeking permits for affordable housing projects in North County. I mentioned opposition that came because people were afraid. They were afraid that poor people would be more likely to diminish the character of the community, that there would be bringing in of criminal element. And believe it or not, folks actually said more brown people. Now, this occurred down in Solana Beach where folks own timeshares and condominiums, and they came forward and they asked questions like, if we build affordable housing here, will those people go to our schools? Blatantly racist. And I made comments about that on this panel. And what's interesting, when that article was written about those comments that I made, there were a bunch of folks involved in a housing project here in Encinitas where I represented a developer called the Desert Rose Project. And oddly enough, folks in that community thought I was talking about them, and they got really pissed off that I was calling them racist. Yet I was talking about an incident in a situation in Solana Beach. And to this day, they continue to say, Marco believes that we are racist in Encinitas. And I look at them, I'm like, if you think I was talking about you, what does that actually say about you? Because I wasn't. Thou doth protesteth too much, I think. But at the end of the day, the issue is that affordable housing is an equity issue. We live in a community where we don't provide housing for the people who make our quality of life what it is. And I will continue to fight for that, but I will continue to hear that we don't have an equity problem in Encinitas because we don't have racism in Encinitas. It's because we only have white people in Encinitas. A lot of the Mexican community has been pushed out, whether by gentrification traditionally or by the mere fact that with property values where they are, you could sell your house in the barrio and move inland and buy two of them. The notion that housing for sale is the only way that we can help our community versus for rent is nonsensical. What you hear in this talk about the housing discrimination suit is political rhetoric from folks who want to politicize every aspect that you do because they're generally anti-incumbent. I think that the Equity Committee work is very valuable. I think that the recommendations are great. Obviously, we're not going to implement all of them, but I think there's some great discussions that we can have based on those recommendations. As we look at the intersectionality of equity, diversity, inclusion, but also some of the things that we have going on in the city. In addition to policing, we have alcohol issues downtown. We have marijuana issues, which you heard about during public comment. We have homelessness. We have e-bikes and kids. And we have, God forbid, another pandemic that might come up. These are all public health and safety issues that if we had a commission dedicated to considering the community public health and safety, we could provide a great forum for citizens to weigh in. Thank you for your consideration.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, Equity Committee members, Marlon, and Facilitator Nicole Lance. Rave reviews to each Equity Committee member for volunteering your time, talent, leadership, and commitment to understand and ultimately make recommendations on how to remove obstacles to opportunities for our marginalized neighbors. You all persisted despite the pushback of a loud and aggressive minority who mistakenly believe that equity work is a zero-sum game and someone will lose something in the process. You well understand that when all of our community members have equal opportunities to housing, education, jobs, and feeling safe, that the entire community benefits. I urge City Council members to accept the Equity Committee's roadmap. I'm a 35-year Encinitas resident and an affordable housing advocate. I support the recommendations to raise public awareness of the housing process. It is important that the city work with our marginalized neighbors obstructed from past housing opportunities, developers, community organizations, and local employers to create a more streamlined process. I am currently helping a family navigate through the affordable housing system, and we need to make the process clearer and simpler. It would be helpful for affordable housing collaborators to create an easy-to-read, one-page infographic that provides a flow chart of the steps involved. I strongly support the city prioritizing a 100% affordable community. Additionally, because 39% of Encinitas residents are renters, we need to include seats for renters on our Planning Commission. Thanks again to our Equity Committee members for your brave hearts while under fire.
Next speaker is Bob Ayers, followed by Bob Kent, and then Donna Westbrook.
Bob Ayers, I grew up and still live in Encinitas. I support this agenda item. I think it may be the most profound and important item that's ever come before you. Equity and diversity are beautiful words and goals, but there are obstacles. We who have so much often overlook and consider the needs, the special needs of others, the young, the old, those struggling in this community, our LGBT plus Q minorities. They know the importance of equity and diversity. They have to fight for them every day. These historically marginalized groups are finding their power. They are gaining allies. They are having influence. Our world is arcing toward equity, not away from it, and there's no going back. You have all taken the right steps to keep our city moving in the right direction. An equity committee full of talented experts. I've been to their meeting. You hired Opportunity Consulting, renowned experts to inform you. I've been interviewed by the company and spoke at length of one of its principles about its careful approach. I look most like those who are opposing this plan. I'm white, male, heterosexual, affluent, and a longtime resident of Encinitas, as if that gives me some privilege. But I had some life experiences that taught me the importance of supporting the needs of others. This leads me to recommend something to you, that you at every step take the opportunity to educate the good people of Encinitas. What does equity look like? Why is equity important? How does diversity bring value to our city? I suspect it's going to bring us more grants and make it easier to write grants. It's going to help with our policing. It's going to help with defensive lawsuits. We need to know these things all along the way. I think that education will help. There are those who will never support this, but we all need education. Until we all see how this effort to remove barriers helps us all, lessons from you in the process will help. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bob Kent, Encinitas resident, member of Keys for Homes. First, I'd like to thank the Equity Committee for all your work over this past year. I support your efforts. I believe resident participation and engagement is essential, so thank you. My comments tonight are focused on the housing and community engagement portions of the report. With respect to housing, the report provides a good lens to evaluate future implementation efforts, particularly with respect to having diverse voices heard, sharing their lived experiences when projects are being considered. From what I've learned and continue to learn over these past years, I think the challenge and opportunity is to create a dynamic where a diverse group of people will engage and tell their story. And by creating these connections, we may very well learn that we have more in common with each other and can find common ground solutions. So I do support taking a deeper dive into our community outreach and engagement processes. Also, in addition to having diverse voices engaging on projects being considered in the upfront planning process, please continue to ensure there's equal access to affordable homes here in Encinitas, particularly since there are now 15 housing element sites in the queue, and there will be more affordable homes coming, which is encouraging. So let's find ways for individuals and families who need affordable homes to navigate the process in finding those opportunities. Now, we know we have an affordable housing constraint situation, so there will be wait lists, which is why I support the building of a 100% affordable community, and also identifying additional funding sources to increase our overall housing affordability. In the meantime, let's make an intentional effort, including through property owner and landlord engagement, to ensure equal and inclusive access to affordable homes here in Encinitas. Thank you again to the Equity Committee for volunteering your time in the past year, and thank you for your service.
Next speaker is Donna Westbrook, followed by Molly Woods-Drake, followed by Aaron Shook.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. What has really disturbed me about this committee, aside from you don't seem to understand what equality and equity mean different from each other, is the fact that the city did not tell us, they may have told you by the city manager, but to hire the facilitator, it was $35,000. Now, that may be a drop in the bucket, it's okay. But this next phase that you're going to on the survey, that's about 60-some thousand. So you've already spent $100,000 for your equity that you could have done yourself. For years, the fire department would bring in data on what has happened in the city. Fires, people who were hurt, medical, had all of this in a report. You have not asked for it. You have dropped it off the universe. There were other divisions and departments that would bring in reports each year, some before, more each year, maybe twice a year, maybe 4 times a year. You have dropped it off the universe. You seem to forget that your responsibility is to not spend money on duplicating things, and that's what you want to do. Get back to having the fire department give you some reports instead of sitting up there and looking like you're so smart, because at this point you aren't. And I've really had it with all 5 of you, including the city manager. She doesn't reply to emails. I mean, there's some of the dumbest things that are going on behind you or maybe right in front of you, but you just don't seem to care. I'll be glad when the election's over because I hope we get rid of all of you. But at this point, start getting reports instead of sitting around saying you need another commission. How much are you going to spend on this? We already spent $100,000. Do you plan to spend, oh, wait a minute, another 100? Oh, by the time we're done, we're looking at $1 million. We've got our streets falling apart. I have just had it with you. You need to get your act together and start acting like a council.
Madam City Manager, could you speak to the issue of the $65,000 report? I understand that we hired a facilitator for helping out with this commission, but or the committee, but can you talk to that $65,000 report on equity?
Sure thing. Thank you, Councilmember Kranz. The second contract is something that's required for the housing element. There is a component after your housing element is adopted that deals with equity and inclusion. It is completely separate from the work that this committee did, and it's required by state law.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to thank Mayor Blakespear and Councilmember Hinsey for bringing forth the recommendation last year to create an equity committee. Secondly, I would like to thank my fellow equity committee members who volunteered their time and heartfelt passion to be part of the committee. And lastly, I'd like to thank Nicole Lance for her facilitation in helping us navigate through the work of last year. Over the last few years, I've read many comments by neighbors in our community that have lacked sensitivity in regards to DE&I. Comments by a mayoral candidate about not needing to focus on inequities that don't exist in Encinitas. Comments from people in this room that are anti-transgender. Comments that perpetuate the idea that those who don't own homes are lazy, and if they worked more jobs and harder, they too could afford to own a home in Encinitas. And comments about the committee trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist. And each of these comments have come from a white, cisgender, heterosexual homeowner in Encinitas. I don't necessarily fault these individuals for not previously knowing inequities exist and problems exist, because they likely have not been the victim of microaggressions, discrimination, and policies that oppress, which is a great privilege. However, these comments are incredibly hurtful and minimize the pain and impact discrimination has had on thousands of Encinitas residents, many of which are our youth. As Heather McGee wrote in her book, The Sum of Us, we've got to get on the same page before we can turn it. We've tried a do-it-yourself approach to writing the racial narrative about America, but the forces selling denial, ignorance, and projection have succeeded in robbing us of our own shared history, both the pain and the resilience. It's time to tell the truth. With that, I'd like to talk about a couple points that we're recommending. Require at least one woman or one person of color in each applicant pool. Let's be clear, we're saying to require this for the applicant pool, not to actually be on the committee. If people actually read the recommendations and understood the facts, they would know that there is no requirement to actually put these people on the committee. 2, create a contact list of nonprofits to distribute board, committee, and commission openings to. Again, this refers to engaging more stakeholders and spreading the word about open seats. This has nothing to do with giving preference to people on nonprofits. Contrary to what some of our neighbors in this room have said, local nonprofits aren't curing cancer or feeding refugees. They're advancing political agendas favored by key players on the Equity Committee, but in general are not favored by our community at large. The YMCA, Encinitas Friends of the Art, Boys and Girls Club, Los Angelitos, Coastal Root Farms are all incredible nonprofits that do so much good work in this community. And for the record, nonprofit Encinitas for Equality does in fact support feeding refugees and donated $11,000 to save the children in Ukraine in March. My time's up, but I support these recommendations. Thank you.
Next speaker is Aaron Shook, followed by Kathleen Lees, and then Caitlin Mcmillan.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm speaking in favor of Agenda Item 10A. I want to thank the Encinitas Equity Committee for their dedication, expertise, and patience in working throughout the last year to develop a great jumping-off point to creating a safer, more joy-filled, and more inclusive community. They dedicated their most precious resource, time, to bettering this town that they love. They reached out to all areas of the community and those serving it to understand the needs at hand. They also listened patiently to those who showed up seemingly dedicated to personal attacks on committee members. To the patient, dedicated, and caring souls from the Encinitas Equity Committee, once again, thank you. I believe the items proposed by the Encinitas Equity Committee are incredibly well thought out and will not only make our city a better place, but will also help us set a positive example for other communities. I love this town, and I love the people in it, all of them. I'm excited to see Encinitas become an even warmer and more welcoming place because of the recommendations of the Encinitas Equity Committee. Please continue to lead by example and support their recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Kathleen will be followed by Caitlin Mcmillan, and then Joy.
Good evening. Kathleen Lees, I live in Leucadia. Thank you for creating this committee. Oh, wait a minute. And giving it the task to discover how Encinitas can be inclusive of all people, all the people who live here. It is an example of your thoughtful leadership. Sadly, there were years when it would not have been even under consideration. We can all be grateful for the work that's been done by this committee. The report should be presented to the city manager and used as a tool to move forward to accomplish the goal it outlines that fit our needs. Encinitas is already an inclusive community. When I started on the Arts Commission, I was one of 5 women with 2 men. Now it's 5 men and 2 women. I trust we were all chosen for our qualifications, not our sex or ethnicity, and it should stay that way. The commissions play an important role, and their ability to get the job done is essential. I'm confident in saying integration on the commissions is not an issue in Encinitas. And in my experience, the same is true for city staff. Besides, rules and regulations can be ignored by new management. Our problems may be universal, but our solutions should be unique. Many of our issues are currently being addressed. Encinitas Friends of the Arts provides a free Dia de los Muertos celebration at the community center. EFA also produces a series of passports to wherever, events that focus on the places in the world our residents come from. The events are an opportunity to learn about and celebrate a different culture. Each event is sourced through the local community and held in city venues with tremendous support from the Parks and Recreation Department. Pacific View is going to give us another fabulous venue to expand options and opportunities for all of the community. I suggest the city add a 2-part question to the community grant application and have it be a significant part of who gets our grant money. How does this project relate to minority, low-income, elderly, and other disenfranchised groups? And what efforts do you make to include the less visible, less integrated residents of our city? Many applicants already do this, but having it be an actual question sets it as a goal for all applicants. And having it be an opportunity to gain points amplifies its significance. Thank you.
Next speaker is Caitlin Mcmillan, followed by Joy, followed by Mace Viemeister, and then Jeff Morris.
Hello, good evening. I want to thank the Equity, my name's Caitlin Mcmillan, 25-year resident. I want to thank the Equity Committee for their hard work and urge everyone on the City Council to accept the plans laid out earlier. Specifically, as a physician, I want to consider full support for the Public Health and Safety Commission plans. I believe this can give representation and better support to many already disadvantaged persons, including those who are part of our unhoused community, address the gender disparities in hiring for public safety positions within our community, support our LGBTQI community and those suffering from a mental health crisis with the mobile crisis response team. By providing this additional emphasis on already disadvantaged communities within our own city can only make our community better. I also want to say, as someone with a master's in public health and a staunch public health advocate, I really appreciate the Equity Committee took time to delineate their plans to do needs assessments and reassessments to make sure that the committee is doing work and helping our community in ways that they need it and utilizing our resources well. Lastly, I want to support what one of our community members said earlier, which is the status quo has really only benefited a select few at the expense of the health and well-being of many that are in our community. I believe this committee itself can really help our community improve and appreciate all the work you've put in and appreciate the hard work I know you guys are going to have to continue to put in because it seems like it's going to be a long road ahead, but I appreciate it and support this very much. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, cool.
Cool. Hopefully my little spiel makes sense. I'm running on an AP test yesterday and another AP test coming up. So, but hello everyone, my name is Joy and I am an ASB student body president, youth leader for the San Diego County Office of Education Equity Committee, and a youth commissioner for the city of Encinitas, and finally an Asian American student. This equity proposal is what youth in our marginalized communities in Encinitas need. This equity committee will help women, students of color like myself, and my peers of the LGBTQ+ community feel heard and even more welcomed in this community. This ties directly to our mental health of our student members and community members of color and our LGBTQ+ population. This proposal also gives people like me a seat and a voice at the table. Our government representatives must accurately reflect, embody, and listen to the populations which they serve, and we cannot do that on a city level if we fail to diversify our ideas. And city council members, as well as one of our other members have said this night, we have to learn how to humanize each other and learn about our own intersectionalities. At my own school and school district, many students and families from our LGBTQ and families and students of color are working hard to diversify our leadership positions, not only on a student council level, but on an administrative level as well. The reason why we are doing this is to help ensure that families and students in our community feel safe and feel like they have a voice in our decisions in the future. At my school, I have helped make that committee similar to that was presented tonight. In this committee, associative student body students work collaboratively with our Gender Sexuality Alliance, Hispanic, Black, and Asian student unions on every ASB event we put on to our student body to help make sure that all events we host are inclusive. That includes creating our first multicultural heritage and pride festival at my campus, which hopefully will go out to other schools in our school district. This is what the Equity Committee will help do on a city level. Our mental health matters, and racism and homophobia does happen not only to our community members in Encinitas, but also to the youth like myself. This committee has the power to help people in these communities feel heard and welcomed and represented, and we can all grow together to learn how to love and listen to one another through this. Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name's Mace, and I am 17 years old. I'm a queer student at a local high school. And I mean, I think this conversation kind of goes back to, you know, I'm a great friend of Joy's, and we're in the same math class, and we had a kid once that said that diverse people in math create diverse ideas. And that was just in my math class, and like it really sticks with me because it goes with everything, because in general, the more people that we hear from, the more ideas we get, because diverse people all think different things. And I think that's what's actually so beautiful about, you know, people being different. And I think that a lot of times, like especially today, because you know, I see a lot of things happening, you know, in other communities that, you know, take away rights of my own and rights of my friends, and try to go back to this sort of like sameness that people want, which is disappointing, because I just think that the more different people that I meet, the more that I grow, because perspective is just, I mean, it's such a crucial thing. I mean, my mom, every time I complain about something or something that happened, she always brings up the other side, and she's like, well, you know, I know that they said this, but, you know, did you ever think about this? And at the time, I'm like, can't you just listen to me? But, you know, after 5 minutes, after I cool off, I'm like, you know what? She actually had a point, because hearing from people that are on the other side of me makes me realize things that I wouldn't have noticed. Because in reality, like, I'm still, you know, I'm white. I have no idea what people of color suffer from, and I won't know if I'm not willing to listen to them, which makes it would be very easy to be ignorant in that sense, because you can, if you don't listen to other people, then you can stay in your own little bubble and you feel safe and comfortable. While you feel safe and comfortable, the people outside of your bubble are hurting. You know, for example, like with the, you know, just things like affordable housing, I think a lot of times people feel they're just worried that their in general housing that will go down, and they worry about the expense of their homes, and they worry about people that are different moving into their neighborhoods, and they are, you know, stuck in this idea that people that are different from them are scary, but they're suffering, and it's our, you know, as privileged people, it's our duty to protect those that are not privileged. And I mean, I see the thing is like we like to think that in Encinitas we're completely equal, but in reality, I wouldn't be this passionate if it wasn't. I've had things said to me. I've had adults whisper things about me. And as a kid, I shouldn't, you know, be going through that. And if we had, you know, if we had, sorry, a system in place that would support people like me and people like that are different from others, then I just think that as a community, we'd grow to love each other a lot more. Thank you. Thank you to all of your work.
All right, council, I'm going to step out of the guy running for mayor and go back to the same person I was when I first saw you guys 2019, November 20th, when you talked about the homeless parking lot. As many of you know, I grew up on the streets of South Central, no parents, no mom, no dad, nothing. I was in foster homes, I slept on the streets, so I kind of have a pretty good idea of how things work. I keep thinking about the parking lot people. A lot of these same people were here, and the homeless are still all over the streets. Things are a million times worse. The locals that you promised to take care of are still in the ditches. You guys have already forgot about them. You're on to the next thing. When we're talking about equity, it looks like there's a lot of equity being passed around to these guys, but not much being passed to the homeless, which you guys promised. And I'm not giving up on those guys. That's why I'm still here running for mayor, because you guys made promises. I made promises to them, and I'm going to keep those promises. It seems like you guys select a group, it's like a political group, and all these guys hate us. They won't even talk to me. They won't talk to anybody. All they do is just get nasty all the time, and they're not nice people. I would love to talk to them, but they're just attack, attack, attack. That's not what this town should be about. We should be united. I think we should set politics aside, and let's bring the whole community in. These guys, you know, maybe they're not part of committees, but it shouldn't just be people that keep coming for the same, you know, part of committees that keep coming in and talking and supporting this. So I switched my position from I was against it to I'm neutral. I would like to talk to these guys and find out, you know, what's really going on, because I don't really see, you know, I see someone's got a new Tesla and people are getting paid, and for me it seems like it's political and financial. What I've done for the last 2.5 years has been all from my heart. I haven't worked, I stopped my business to fight for my community, and I'm with these guys, but I'm not on the same page that we have to be part of a committee and get paid in order to take action. I've been doing it nonstop for 2.5 years, so I just feel kind of bummed that, you know, I live that. Nobody's curious how I made it. Nobody wants to talk to me. Catherine, you guys knocked me out quick when I tried to get on the equity committee. You know, I got a pretty interesting story. Nobody knows about it. And then I get treated like I'm some white supremacist or, you know, things were given to me. I was given nothing. My dad died, nothing. Mom in a mental institution. I know all this stuff, man. I got this all in my brain and figured it out. And I can help these people get ahead. I love diversity. I grew up in the South Central, and I'm all about it. I'm not sure about the players who are in this game, but I'm aboard with this, but I would like to participate in this too. If you're picking people, Catherine, that's not the way I feel it should be. There should be a little bit more inclusivity, because if they're not with your politics, they're out. So, thank you.
And that does conclude speakers. And then we have 3, Christina L., T. Conkey, and Kim Morris, who registered opposition to the recommended action, but are choosing not to speak.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you to the public speakers who participated in this, and again to the committee members. I want to particularly recognize the 2 youth in the back who took time to come. Thank you. We want the next generation to participate, and we're grateful that you're following the city enough and that you came and participated today, so thank you. So I'm just going to make a few comments and some suggestions about how to move forward from the staff report. So I think this, from my perspective, this committee was created because, from my, just speaking personally, not for every other member here, but I do believe that we have systemic barriers to opportunity, and that is, those systemic barriers, I think, have faced groups that have been historically excluded. So groups that have been historically excluded are many and varied, and we need to do more to right historic injustices. And so the question of what is it that the city can do to remove the obstacles to opportunity that people face, I think starts from recognizing the reality of our city, which it was very helpful to have a presentation about the ethnicity of our city, how it's changing and how it compares to others, and also a reference to some of our historic land ownership in this city. Really, it was excluded and exclusive, and that is what a racial covenant deed is. And I looked at the racial covenant deed that was transferring property from what at the time was a wastewater district to the Cardiff School, what became the Cardiff School property. And it says on the deed, it says that nobody could own, lease, use the property who was not of the white or Caucasian race. And I think when you think about the fact that that deed, that was within the last century, you know, this wasn't 500 years ago. This was within 4 generations. And you can ask the question of like, well, so? Why does that even matter? And the reason it matters, at least from my perspective, is that certain people put down roots here and others didn't. And the reality of who gets to own a home or rent a home or have a community, have a faith community, have a school community, have a recreation community, who gets to call Encinitas home is really core to who participates in everything. Who do we consider our citizens and our residents and who we serve in this city? What is our city, our community character? And there are a lot of really great things happening in this city, and they were mentioned. Dia de los Muertos, and we fly the pride flag, and we have the passports to a lot of different countries. We have a very robust arts program, which I'm tremendously proud of, but we could do better. And I think what we see from some of the things, particularly around the housing discussion, is that there can be a very exclusionary attitude to who can stay and live and rent and own property here. And so really recognizing that, I think, and saying what can the city do, what are some suggestions about how we can be a more inclusive community, is work that's worth doing. And so that's what we've been doing for the last year. And I would recommend that the council basically ask the city manager and staff to come back to us with some proposals. So basically a staff evaluation of what was all in this report, because there are lots of different individual things, and I don't think that at this point we're really going to go through each individual one. So I think it would be a good idea to have it come back, but also just for the council to highlight things that you found to be important or that you would like to see when it comes back. And I think, and I'll just make a few comments about areas where I think that could be most impactful. So one of them is that I think it is really a great idea and critical that we consider expanding the Planning Commission to include a spot for 2 renters. So every commission in this city is 7 members, except for the Planning Commission, which is 5. And the city is 39% renters. And so when you think about how many times, who is serving on our commissions currently, and also who is serving on the city council, and also who is participating in public comment, I think that there's no question that the 39% of people who rent in the city is not being represented as much as they really deserve to be and could be. There's also a clear reality around the statistics about who actually is, for example, unhoused. There's the statistics are very clear that people who are unsheltered are disproportionately non-white, substantially more than you would expect from the population. And so, I mean, even when you go and tour the parking lot for people who are staying in their car, the safe parking program, there are more non-white people in that program than there are proportionally residents in the city. And so, you know, there's a reality to focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think, where we need to really be clear and honest about it if we're going to make a change. So expanding the Planning Commission to have 2 renters, I think, is a great idea. And I would suggest that it be a self-attestation, that, you know, we're not going to go digging into your lease agreements, but just to say that we would like to have the perspective on the Planning Commission when the projects are being evaluated. And I think that will also potentially change the applicant pool. And so the diversification of the applicant pool, I think, is also something that's really important. I just want to mention that our boards and commissions, particularly the commissions, are the only way to be involved in the city in an official capacity if you're not elected or hired. So this is a way for residents to participate in the policy making. And we have a robust committee and commission process, and I think even just this last year that we've spent on the Equity Committee is a good example of that, of dialogues that are happening that are responsive to current times. You know, this committee was created in the wake of George Floyd's murder. So, you know, we created this committee. We've been running these committees dialogue in public and having this dialogue because it's an important thing that is happening culturally around us, and we want it to be responsive. And we also want people to participate. So I think the diversification of the applicant pool, I think our city clerk does a fantastic job of posting, of following everything that we have as how we get our openings out there. And but my suggestion is that needs to change. We need to have it be much more intentionally diversified, because right now, who sees the opening when we post it on our city website or is printed in the newspaper? You know, we are basically not reaching a lot of people, and we do have sometimes not that many applicants. We've had now a very high profile opening on the Planning Commission, and we have 3 applicants for that position, and I think we could have a lot more applicants if more people knew about it. So I also want to recommend that we do seriously consider the stipend to serve on a commission. So my view of how that could work successfully is that if you apply for the commission and you would like a stipend because you are having to hire childcare, you are leaving work early, you are somebody who that stipend is important to you, that you check the box and say you'd like a stipend to serve on the commission. And it's the same way the council members, we receive stipends when we serve on the water board or we serve on Sandag or the airport authority or the wastewater board. All of them have some stipend. So $100 to $200 per meeting. And that can make a difference for somebody who would decide, you know, this was something that is possible for me versus not being possible. So to me, it's in line with what's already happening, and we should extend it to our commissions. I think it's also a really important thing that we add this commission, the Public Health and Safety Commission, that's been recommended. And the reason for that is that it's responsive to what it is that we have happening in our city and needs attention. I think there's no question it would be a convening forum and a venue for the public to participate in our largest budget item, which is our sheriff's contract. Public safety is top of mind and the core of every local government. And so having a specific place for that, which is a commission, and having people apply and serve on it, and having it here in this room and at a set time, and dealing with things related to people who are unsheltered and public safety issues, fire, marine safety, sheriff. I think that is really important. And also public health, in case there's another, anything that happens with public health. So, you know, we have these other commissions, the Arts Commission, the Senior Commission, the Youth Commission, the Environment Commission, the Mobility Commission. It's actually called Traffic and Mobility Commission. That's its name. It doesn't include public safety at this point. And so, you know, those were created because there was desire in the community for those things. There was a desire to have a home for the arts. And we have a lot of environmentalists. And these were all created before I think any of us were on the city council. We've created no new commissions since I've been in elected office for more than 7 years. And I think it's time that we do create this commission. And there were some really great examples that Marlon provided of other cities and work plans, and it would provide something for participation that I think is important. So I want to also highlight that I fully support the LGBTQ submission of an application for the Human Rights Campaign Index. I think that's really important and will allow us to have some metrics, and with the goal of having 100%, I think that is completely in line with this city, and we should be doing that. I also support the pursuit of the 100% affordable housing project. Another thing that we had talked about was having a citizen and/or resident academy. I think that's something that will come up again when we get to our budget item. But that's a way for people to participate in understanding what the city does and having greater transparency about the city's operations. So I think those are the things that I wanted to mention. Let me just quickly look through my notes here. And again, I just want to thank the committee members, the equity committee members for participating, and for the public who was watching and paying attention and helping guide this as well. And Nicole did a fantastic job, and we're really grateful for your work. Thank you. So I'm going to call on my council colleagues to see if anyone wants to mention things that they found to be important to them. Councilmember Hinsey, do you want to say anything as at the beginning as one of the two council members who was on this?
Yeah, you called out some of the ones that I felt were the most important ones. I would just add to the housing recommendations that the city identify a funding source that is going to be able to help us get to that goal of 100% affordable housing, because I think otherwise it's just something that we don't prioritize, or we have these other needs for our infrastructure, which are immense, that come above affordable housing. So I'll just add that identification of a funding source is really important. And then for the resident academy, I think this is a really important way that we can start teaching people what it is that the work in the city is to do, especially for the volunteers on our commissions. And I think that there should be an emphasis on land use, and part of that training really focused on a local planning commissioner's workshop, so that people who might have a hesitation to apply to a committee that's so technical would be equipped with a lot of the skills and insight into what that committee does, what are the goals for Encinitas, and the stipend is important, in my opinion, to offer to folks, because a lot of times, and this is just anecdotal, but when I reach out to women or people of color to take on these roles, I find that they're doing a lot more. Their answer is, I can't do it because I have kids at home and I'd have to pay a babysitter. So the stipend would be really modest, but it would be enough to cover either elder care or child care, or the things that is the unpaid work that normally falls on women and people of color. And then let's see. Yeah, I do want to highlight what Molly called out, was that we're not requiring quotas for our commissions. We're requiring that the applicant pool at least include a woman, which is the majority of our population, or a person of color. And I think that's pretty fair. That's a low-hanging fruit. And if we don't have applicants who are women, that we might not be doing something right. So it's worthwhile to do that. And then, I do have some final comments, but I'll make those after we get the chance to hear from our colleagues about the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, thank you. And I want to start by saying I really appreciate all the people who've come today to give comments. I've learned a lot from you today. And honestly, I always do when you come to give your thoughts and share your life experiences. But today I just want to say I was actually very moved by a few of the heartfelt sentiments that you shared. So thank you for that. Sometimes it's not easy to come and talk publicly, so I greatly appreciate that. I want to start by saying that I clearly was not on this committee, somewhat obviously. I appreciate our mayor and Councilmember Hinsey being our representatives. But what I want to say is I could have been on this committee because I care very deeply about how we evaluate, how we look at, and how we integrate our best work in DEI in our community, in our city. I think that it is imperative to maturing as a city and evolving in a manner that is inclusive to everyone. It adds a value that we might not even see right now, but I think it has something to do with my field of practice, but as a designer, we always look at all the different inputs. We have to look at everything and then put it all together, assimilate it, and assess it and move forward with solutions. So I think very broadly, professionally, and I think as a leader in our community, I bring that trait to how I look at our leadership in our city. a little bit of a preamble is that as a result of the murder of George Floyd in 2020, before I was appointed to City Council, I was leading a national board on accreditation of landscape architecture programs throughout the country, and there are 100 programs. And we decided that we needed to really dig deep, really do a deep dive into DEI and assess where our programs stood and where there were barriers and how we could help our programs. And so we held town halls across the country. Of course, this was Zoom because it was pandemic. Including people from all 100 programs. We talked to students, we talked to faculty, we talked to adjunct, we talked to administration, and we talked to the faculty. And the reason I say this is because it was enlightening. I heard things I never thought I would hear. And I think that's the value of a process like this, and asking the questions and asking the right questions. So what we heard were things associated with both explicit and implicit bias. And it's that bugger, that implicit bias, that I think I've heard some speakers tonight talk about, where you might not even see it. You probably don't see it. But when you really drill down and look hard, you need to assess some of your own decisions in how you conduct yourself. And I think this is what our city is doing with this equity report. Some of the things that we heard were, well, I don't see anybody like me in this profession. I don't see anybody like me in faculty. I don't have models that help me to figure out how to navigate the system. And input like that can be applied to here at the city as well. And so I think as we move forward to focus on how we can best model for people who are not who you would standardly see stepping up and leading is really important to success. So I did want to focus on a couple of the recommendations. I think the hiring of a DEI leader is a game-changing opportunity for us. And it may not be a full-time. I think what we'll do is we'll look at these recommendations and look at them as what outcome do we expect from this, and then look at how do we strategize to get to that outcome. But I think that DEI leader is what's going to hold us on true north with implementing these recommendations. I'm really interested in the barriers to home ownership, and we have some, I feel, modest recommendations in this report, but I think a commitment to the access to home ownership is very key, and we may look to see what others can do and how we can benefit from how others are moving forward with the purchasing of housing. And I do hear that a lot from the constituents in my district. Before I read what the recommendations of this report were, I had already thought that we needed a public safety commission. So when I saw that there was a recommendation for a public health and safety commission, that just really ticked that box for me. And I say that because in my a little over a year here on City Council, we have a lot of people who come to us to ask about, what about this issue associated with public safety? What about this issue associated with fire protection? Can you explain to us why it's this way? This is our largest expense. And I think there are a lot of questions and information that should be shared and can be shared directly with the community that a commission could be very helpful doing for us. And understandably, the decisions still come to City Council, but a commission is a good place for the public to engage and get the answers to their questions, or say, hey, I've got a problem with this, and the commission can help work that out. And I think it'll be really key to that commission being successful to have a really strong work plan. And I imagine that's the objective, because that's what all our commissions have. But if the work plan really looks at where do we want to go with this Public Health and Safety Commission and really articulates that clearly, I think it will be really successful. I like the idea of it being us having measured data-driven objectives and measure ourselves against how we're achieving them. And the final thing I want to talk about is community engagement. And that's another tool where I think we've definitely tried to do a really good job with our CPP process and engage the public. But over the pandemic, I think it was so hard to do that ultimately, after 2 years, I think that our community is, I'm hearing you say that we're not feeling like we've got that public engagement, energy that we think we should have. And so our public engagement process, I think, could evolve and through this process and really look at hearing all the voices, not only providing the opportunity, but helping to mentor people in how to engage with the city. So I'm in favor of this equity report, moving it forward as a first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So with LGBTQ Pride Month coming up very shortly, just around the corner, I'm kind of thinking, as I'm listening to the conversation here, thinking about the folks back in 1969 that in New York that refused to accept status quo and said that change was necessary, and they protest and they fought because they said that status quo was not acceptable. And I think that change is necessary. Change is necessary for growth of our society, for individual growth. Change is necessary so that we can live into the democratic values that this nation was founded upon. If it wasn't for change a very short time ago, my life story wouldn't be possible, and I wouldn't be sitting up here at this table. I wouldn't be able to marry and love the person that I love. I wouldn't have the beautiful, wonderful family that I have. And so for me, I see the beauty of change and the necessity of change. And I see that as somebody who has been the recipient of folks that have fought for my rights for so long, that there's nothing else that I can do but stand up and fight for other people's rights and to take that baton and run with it. And so there is there should be no doubt that I am committed to equity and equality and making sure that we're creating a community together where everyone is welcome, no exception, right? No exception. Everybody has a seat at the table. Everybody is welcome. Thank you. I think that in order to really kind of to make the changes that are necessary, we need to start examining more of the practices that we have in the city, city hall, the government, and the procedures that we have. And so I think that what we have before us with the Equity Committee, I'm very thankful for the time that you guys have taken to kind of work on this plan and these recommendations and put them before us. And I do think that this is a starting point. And this is an opportunity for us to kind of to start examining what we can do to make sure that whatever barriers exist to folks, fully participating and being welcome into our community, that we're basically taking those steps. And so I fully support the recommendations, everything that you've given to us, and I fully support the staff looking at this and coming up with an action plan on how to implement these recommendations. I do join with my colleague Joy Lyons in saying that I think that the DEI professional is critically important. I think that is really important for progress in the future. I can almost see renaming the director of HR to something like the chief DEI officer and HR officer or something of that nature, and then having a DEI professional under that position so that we're constantly mindful of equity and equality, and we're constantly making progress, and so that we don't come up in a situation saying, okay, well, even though we have well over a majority of women in the city, that we have no women that are applying for these commissions, and that there are no people of color that are interested in serving on these committees or commissions or serving on the city council. I think that just means that we've not tried hard enough to find out what are the barriers. But in the end, I think that as has been said by some of the speakers, that the benefit of making sure that we're going through this process and that we are a welcoming community is that we're a stronger community, that when we have more diverse voices at the table, that we're making better decisions, and decisions that will help us all move forward as a loving and welcoming community. So I support this, and I look forward to the staff bringing back an action plan so that we can implement it.
Thank you. Councilmember Kranz.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate Deputy Mayor's comments and having him at the table here. It means a lot to me and I think reflects the values of the community, which is to welcome people. And while you think of the 69, early 70s time period, I personally think of the 80s, because that's when my brother came out, my older brother came out, and my mother threw him out of the house. And it was just the most traumatic period that I can recall in our family life. She fairly quickly realized how silly that was and welcomed him back, but it was very difficult years later when he contracted AIDS, and she was unfortunately his primary caregiver, and as a nurse provided him hospice care while he dwindled to nothing. And so it put some perspective on the issues related to public health. I'm married to a nurse. I hear all the time about what more the city should be doing to address issues related to public health. And I have on a few occasions suggested that we have a public health commission. It never got traction, so I'm pleased to see the recommendations from this group bring forward that as a key recommendation, and I look forward to that. When I was first elected in 2012, we did change the name of the Traffic and Public Safety Commission, and it was supposed to be the place where public safety issues would be addressed. And it never really worked to that end, because in part, its focus on the traffic issues in our community kept it busy full time. So I supported changing the name and removing the public safety component, and the timing is great for this particular commission, and I hope we will move forward with that particular recommendation. I'm not sure the shape that they have recommended will be what we ultimately adopt. I hope we don't reinvent the wheel, that we look at other jurisdictions that have these commissions, and perhaps we can pick up some of those things. The other recommendation about the renters on the Planning Commission, I think is a little more challenging for me to envision. Our Planning Commission has become a critical and legal step in the development process. Much of the work that they do is based upon the four corners of the law, and there isn't a whole lot of discretion. So I would hate to see us setting up a situation where people, were thinking that they could, that was going to allow them to implement their discretion on projects where it really wouldn't be appropriate. So maybe there's another venue for that particular objective, maybe the Housing Commission, maybe there's another way that we can get to that. But ultimately, I look forward to the city manager and her staff and the city attorney bringing back recommendations for that. So I fully embrace your recommendation, Madam Mayor, to move this to staff to come back at another time with a list of recommendations.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to make a motion that we direct staff to receive and file and return with recommendations based on the Equity Committee recommendations and commentary from the City Council.
It would be my honor to second that motion.
Thank you. And would you like to say any concluding comments?
I would just like to say that this process has definitely been the reckoning. It's been uncomfortable at times. We've had to be really humble in the way that we approach this work, knowing that we don't know everything. We don't know all the answers to these tremendous questions that we're asking, but people like Joy and Mace, who showed up tonight, who continue to educate even my generation about what we can look towards for the future and the goals that we're striving for. And I thank you both for being here and the ways that you serve our community as Commissioner Joy, and just by providing your own personal testimony of what it's like to be a high school student here in Encinitas at this time. And it's really a lesson to all of us. I think that as another speaker so eloquently said, is just because, you know, we personally might not perceive a problem doesn't mean that it's not a problem for other members in our city really come together. So that's all that I wanted to add. I just, you know, as the work continues, there'll be more difficult conversations, and being able to at least have those conversations is a step in the right direction. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so I know some of you are here for the budget, but we have one item before that, but I wonder if, does council want to take a quick break? Yes, okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 8:40. forward to B. So number B, 10B, is public hearing for consideration of a resolution, et cetera, cannabis business tax. So I'll hand it over to staff.
Great. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. On the agenda for this evening is for your consideration is a resolution submitting to the voters a cannabis business tax measure at the November 8th, 2022 municipal election. Presenting tonight is David McPherson, Compliance Director with HDL Companies, which has helped cities throughout California establish tax ordinances specifically related to cannabis sales. David will discuss cannabis tax policy and provide details regarding the proposed ordinance and tax rates under consideration.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Again, my name is David McPherson with HDL. I was here before, in front of you before, when we talked about the cost recovery fees, and today we're going to talk about the tax measures. One of the things that to keep in mind is kind of four or five focuses that we want to address as a big picture, broad picture of a cannabis tax. One is looking at revenue strategies of how you approach it, addressing future trends of things that are coming at us and as technology changes and the industry has changed, and then the overall view of a tax ordinance itself and what's in it as the body of it. And to review the tax rates and what a cumulative tax rate looks like, and then next steps or actions that may be taken by you. So the first thing I want to clarify is that we have two types of revenue generating strategies, and sometimes they're confused. The box on the left is standard fees to recover costs, what we just did for the application process itself, and is a cost recovery directly for the benefit or the impacts to administer that program, not only as you did for the initial application and program, but also as you implement it ongoing. That's called Prop 26 type of activities. On the right, we have what is known as a 218 issue. It's a tax measure that you can present to the voters. We're recommending a general tax be considered by the voters this coming November, which is a 50+1, versus a special tax would take 66 2/3 in order to pass. Of course, with a 50+1, you can use the funds as you see deemed fit for any lawful purpose. So in looking at revenue strategies, we want it to be proactive revenue strategies will give the city flexibility to address adult use and medicinal use on two different lanes, so should you wish to have different tax increments to that. Addressing illegal activity, so that if there's any illegal activity, you could still assess that and impose a tax on them. And then looking at legislative changes, and I note on here that I put on here SB 1186 is something recently where the legislators, there is this bill that's in the committee and has passed the committee, but will mandate that you may end up having to allow medicinal deliveries. So the tax will be very important to have on the books when the time comes, should that pass. Then we have regulatory changes regarding delivery, as we have discussed before, regarding the regulators trying to mandate that you permit deliveries, kind of what SB 1186 is trying to circumvent, but that was turned around and indicated it would not be done. But if you banned it, you would be regulating and enforcing that yourself. And then future trends that we're seeing, we're starting to see more common a bunch of special events, activities occurring throughout the state, as well as consumption lounges that are part of trends in the future. We also, in the tax measure, address some of the taxing activities that are vertically integrated. We did mention last time a micro business, but a vertically integrated business could be a business that has multiple types of license, but under the same ownership, and how you would address the taxing elements from each category associated with that.
A lot of times social equity comes up in this conversation, and as we try to share is that the tax has to be a reasonable test and equitable for all individuals in the program, but there are programs that you could do after the implementation of the tax of how to use some of the taxes, such as rebate programs specifically for incubators or benefits for people to hire social equity employees or use social equity type business as part of their program, that you can design something after the tax is passed to provide some incentives for people that promote those types of activities. At the end of the day, the goal is to successful collaboration, equitable solutions for the businesses. Looking at future trends, we've seen address issues with technology, how they've tried to use kiosks. Industry has tried to use kiosks in places where there is no business operations. We see hemp regulations change. We'll talk about a little more, and the ordinance actually addresses as well. We see potential THC restrictions or changes to THC and how some of that is being addressed in some of the products and some of the issues associated with that, especially with the hemp. And then we're seeing manufacturing of products that have different types of elements in there that potentially down the road could have different tax brackets associated with that. And as you're all aware, COVID made the changes of any business model change uniquely. It's no different than the cannabis industry. We saw behavior changes associated with that. They're actually with a lot of deliveries being done, but there's been now with the fuel costs, we're seeing another trend and change in behavior associated with that. But those are the future trends that come as we go. So I want to talk about AB 45 because the question is about hemp as part of the tax, and it's not in the definition of the cannabis itself, but it is a definition of the cannabis businesses. The reason that is the case is AB 45 just passed in July. The governor now is going to permit with regulations that cannabis businesses can manufacture hemp products and also sell them in retail stores. So we anticipate by 25-26 that hemp will be 25% of the products sold in cannabis stores legally now that it will be permitted as part of their permit. So this ordinance is modernized enough to reflect that when the time comes so that you will not lose out on the gross revenue associated with that in the tax. And we've created different opportunities to tax that activity at a lower rate or a rate as the time comes for you to evaluate. The tax policy on cultivation, we've provided it in a square footage. Sometimes people want it to be a gross receipt, being that that is not the primary business that will be in the city, plus the ability to simplify any oversight of that and create a tax rate on a square footage that would be equitable to the same level of a gross receipt, but not to have to worry about anyone circumventing the gross receipts associated with that or moving their products somewhere else, not even reporting gross receipts to it. Another benefit that it has to the industry currently, because it is still a controlled substance, in the 280A rules, which is a taxing deduction, by having it as a square footage, it's a cost before the product is sold, not after the product's sold. Therefore, it is an expense deduction for the businesses because it is at a square foot. And the important part that we'll talk about in the ordinance is a disaster relief, which always becomes an issue with the industry when it comes to square footage. Rate of tax should be high enough to generate revenue to assist with general fund programs as some of you were talking about today and you will in your budget, but low enough to avoid overtaxing, but ensuring the sustainability of the businesses so that they can produce revenues for you and for the city. And we also looked at ability to match rates from the neighboring jurisdictions or in the region and make sure they're competitive and compatible to them, and that the businesses won't try to take their business elsewhere or get creative on where they report their taxes to other jurisdictions. We talked about recommending a freeze to businesses in constant flux of just trying to figure out their business models and what's happening, being able to stabilize that, and then provide them that continuity and evaluating it before increasing any tax rates. The ordinance will provide flexibility to you as a council to increase or decrease the rates. There's a minimum and maximum rates that are set in there to clarify to what they would be a starting point as part of that the voters provide to you in the question itself. The other important thing about this, it was that even though you may not be permitting other types of businesses because they haven't come in yet or will not, especially in the wholesalers, that you will have a tax measure that will be able to tax all the categories, even if they're not permitted in your city, to impose that tax should you have problems with any illegal activity in the community. Proposed minimum tax rates. You can see here that we did the square footage again on the 3 different types because there is a different price value associated with an indoor versus an outdoor in nurseries. That you'll see that there are different rates that we are presenting here on both the minimum and the maximums. And then the tax rate for laboratories, there is only 51 laboratories throughout the state. There's not a high demand, but there's a huge need for them. So incentivizing those that are not a plant-touching business is critical to provide them some entry point and not provide a high tax for them because their margins are not that high. The retailers or delivery services or a micro business which has a retail function of that. You see here that we provided initial rate, which is common with a few of the cities that are in your surrounding communities as well. And then 2% and 2% for distribution and manufacturing as recommended minimum tax rates. We propose maximum tax rates. The reason why you want to have maximum tax rates to a certain degree is the industry wants to know the certainty, what's their worst scenario should they make an investment in your community. As I mentioned to you before, when we did the application process, there was not any takers for the wholesale, and most cities at this point are not seeing it due to the high saturation rate for hotel businesses is primarily in the retail. We took that into consideration in setting this rate for the surrounding cities that both have 7%, 6%, and with one at 8% to lock it in at the 7% to make sure that it is competitive. Along with the distribution manufacturer rates, again, low margins and low points of entry for them. This is a cumulative chart. It's important to kind of understand the dynamics of this. Kind of follows the alcohol model that was adopted many years ago to try to keep the tax rate under 30%. Now, it's not as critical to you as much as you don't have the wholesale businesses, but they are still impacted by what they sell to the end product to the community, to the consumer. So you can see we've created here for scenario purposes a 2.5% tax for cultivation, which is a rollover consistently with the 10% tax if you did it by a square footage. It's equivalency, but for this purpose, we put it on a percentage. Manufacturer at 2.5%, the testing at 1%, the distribution at 2%. And just for this purpose, we put the retail at 5%, just shows you what the tax rate could be to stay under the 30%. Should you go as 6% or 7% as a top rate, you can see you'll get into the 31, 32%. And that's that point where either the consumer will look elsewhere or the industry will kind of change their models of where they will sell their products at if they have multiple stores throughout the area. Next steps is to take any input proposed by you on the tax rates for direction today or at another time and adopt a resolution calling the election. Tax measure appears on November ballot, and then the ordinance will go into effect January 1st when you would come back should you choose to move this forward. And at this time, I'll turn it back over to staff if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. I had one quick question about doing a range versus setting a percentage. So is that common when cities set taxes, is that it's a range? Or are we doing that kind of unusually?
So part of the discussion with staff on this is that by setting it is that we're seeing a lot of movement and having to invest a lot of time as a starting point so that if you have the initial rate established, you won't have to come back to do something. Like, for example, let's say the industry here doesn't get their businesses up and running for another 18 to 24 months. You at least have something initiated in there, established as a starting point, so that like the delivery services that may come into town during that period, you have established a range or a rate in there that would be for each category associated with that. And we put the 4% in there as that initial rate because that's the recommended low point associated with that, with the retailer.
Right. So I guess I'm not asking about what happens in the first 18 to 24 months. It's just the issue of we're going to make a decision about what to start with, but then we have we're asking voters to approve a range, which in a way seems like a range that's pretty narrow. And so I just wanted to know, is this the way that other cities typically do this? Because I had thought we would end up choosing a percentage specifically and not a range, but I'm just curious about the fact that it's presented this way. Is
Sure.
that standard for cities?
It's not standard for cities. They would typically set an initial rate, and then they would set a maximum rate. So we provided that in discussion with staff that established it this way, but it is within your prerogative to, if you just want to do a maximum rate and not the lower, you have that option as you do to an initial rate as well. And I'd like to turn it over to the city attorney maybe for clarification on.
Madam Mayor, if I can respond. Other cities have done exactly this. They've set rates between 4% and 7% or 2% and 6%, different ranges. And the reason is you go to the voters, you have to get permission to raise a tax. So there's a certain efficiency if you get a range, because then you don't have to go back to the voters if you want to increase it or decrease the tax. And if you set it at a fixed percent, then in theory, unless you've worded your ordinance in an odd way, it has to go back to the voters anytime you want to change the tax. So this gives the city, gives the voters, and gives the industry some flexibility so that it can start at one rate and go up, or it can go down as situations warrant.
Well, and so why wouldn't you ask the voters for approval from like 1% to 30%? Like, so that it was a very wide range. Like I know on our hotel tax, it's at 10%. We asked the voters and they said yes, and so it's 10% and that's it. But like, why is it so narrow in there?
Well, the reason it maxes out at 7% and starts at, for retail, it's 4 to 7%. For non-retail industrial uses, it's 1 to 4%. The reason staff arrived at those numbers is because it's consistent with industry trends. It's consistent with what other cities in the county and Southern California do. There's no city that I'm aware of that has a 30% gross receipts tax on cannabis. Other things are taxed that high, but not on cannabis. So the objective is to be consistent with industry practices and other cities' practices.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons, do you have a quick question before the public comments?
Yeah, a clarifying question if I could. I see that we have general fund programs being fundable with the tax. So programs from our that would normally be associated with a general fund are fundable by the tax. Ultimately, my question is, education about drugs and cannabis, is that something that can be also funded by the tax revenue? Can you clarify? I didn't specifically see it.
Yeah, excuse me. City has ultimate discretion on how those funds could be used as under this proposed ordinance. So it is a general fund revenue, so it could be directed any way.
At our discretion
at
is
your
what
discretion,
you're saying.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to the public comments.
Okay, I'll call you 3 at a time, and again, you have 3 minutes. First is Trina Priest, followed by Randall Sims, and then Barbara Gordon.
And how many total?
6.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm a middle school teacher. I've spoken here before regarding what we're seeing with our students' mental health needs. Parents and educators have been on the front lines of these mental health issues, and I too have 2 teenagers at home. On Monday, I received, as did many teachers around our county, an opportunity to participate in a workshop provided by the California Association of School Counselors entitled Decoding the Mental Health Messages of Children and Adolescents. Childhood and adolescence represent expected periods of tremendous growth and change. So it would be my recommendation that, as we just heard here tonight, that that tax measure be placed on the November ballot and then direct those taxes towards our youth. Education. Today's K through 12 students have endured a series of unexpected stressors during the COVID-19 pandemic that have contributed to confusing, overwhelming, and intensified emotions and experiences of grief and loss. families, educators, and school communities should work together to understand what can be done at this critical junction in youth choice making, and then take into consideration factors that will make matters worse. Many feel the situation coming to Encinitas, where there will be 4 retail establishments selling marijuana, will signify some sort of rite of passage for young adults or appear to be a packaged solution to difficult times. Any precautions that the city can put in place utilizing the tax funds anticipated from the November ballot measure would be money well spent. One of the interesting aspects of working with middle school students is watching the trajectory of their life choices. Ultimately, I've observed that prevention is much cheaper than intervention and incredibly cheaper than treatment. Thank you for your time tonight.
Well said. Well, I thought we were deciding on a cannabis tax rate tonight, so I guess we're not doing that. But first of all, I'd like to say I'm in complete agreement to send this to the voters for a 4 to 7% tax rate. It seems logical. I'm going to go ahead and say my speech anyway. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. This was a beautiful discussion on equity earlier. A lot of talk about racism in that discussion. I sometimes wonder how many folks know that the word marijuana is rooted in racism and discrimination against Mexican Americans for almost a century. In fact, the word marijuana was coined by one of the most infamous racists in the history of American public service. You can please feel free to take a look online and research the history of that word. So that's why I call the plant by its scientific name, which is cannabis. And it's great to hear so many parents and advocates speaking here that are passionate about keeping cannabis out of the hands of our youth. That is of critical importance, and thankfully, we are now going to have a minimum of 4 legal shops that will sell to those only over the age of 21. The whole point of legal cannabis is to get it off the streets, out of our kids' hands, and get it taxed. As you know, over the last few months, I've stood here many times advocating for the normalization of cannabis by sharing facts, and truthfully, I actually usually just do it to practice public speaking, but today marks an important day as we're actually taking action on item 10B here, which is called the cannabis business tax. Now, for retail sales, that seems to be, in retail sales, which seems to be the big hot point here in Encinitas, but the term cannabis business tax is a misnomer, as it's not taxing cannabis businesses at all, retail business, or at all does it affect our revenue or profits of those said retail businesses. It's simply another tax on Encinitas citizens and any other American citizens who choose to purchase cannabis legally in Encinitas from a retail shop. This is important to understand because based on what I hear from the public comments, there's a great deal of misunderstanding, and let me explain for clarity. I own a business that legally distributes cannabis product and collects account receivables from over 550 shops across the state of California every 2 weeks. I have an intimate knowledge of how these shops operate, and I can tell you exactly how the 4 licensed shops here will generate revenue. A distributor like my company delivers the product to the retail shops at a wholesale price. Said retail shop then marks it up 2 to 4%, depending on the nature of the product. That's not Cannacentric. That's pretty typical retail chain, retail supply chain markup in retail. So, but fact of the matter is that markup represents the revenue and profit made by those businesses. That is where their revenue has come from. Any taxes are simply added on to that price point, and those are paid exclusively by the consumer. So what you're doing is simply taxing your constituency. And I'm not talking about Joe and Jane, La Jolla, who are going to buy a Lamborghini or anything like that. The people going into these shops are, disabled Americans, senior citizens, veterans, because those are the people that want to buy illegally. They want something that's tested. They want something that's safe to buy. They don't want to buy illegally. So these are individuals that buy legally, and, you can sit back and say, hey, SD has an 8% tax and, Vista's going with 7%. We want to make it, similar, but you have to consider those taxes were made pre-pandemic, pre-inflation, and pre-$6 gas. So I don't think you're going to be pro-cannabis or anything. I think you'll be pro-citizens of Encinitas by keeping the tax as low as possible. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Next speaker is Barber Gordon, followed by Mark Wilcox, and then Judy Strang.
Good evening. Again, my name is Barbara Gordon. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I'm here tonight with friends and neighbors, and we're speaking as taxpayers. It's essential that the marijuana tax revenue collected covers all the regulatory costs involved. The city must identify all the governmental required activities from oversight to enforcement. Taxes need to address the known problems regarding the real cost of marijuana businesses to the community. Drug driving, impaired driving, treatment programs, increased cost of hospitalization that we have seen all due to marijuana use. I urge the City Council to include the potential public health impacts of marijuana. The role of taxation programs can help in mitigating the impacts of youth use and the problems associated with addiction. We know the marijuana industry is financially involved in the tobacco companies and using those same tactics. The money that they use for advertising and billboards, social media, edibles that are appealing to kids, all luring our young people with the messages of no risk, harmlessness, even natural. Again, as the city considers their regulatory and tax program, it's vital to take into account the total cost that may be incurred, so taxpayers are not subsidizing this industry. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Wilcox again. I came here tonight to support an 8% tax rate like the City of San Diego for marijuana the ballot measure and to indicate how that could be used by the city. There's an important legal case pending regarding one of the prominent marijuana manufacturers in San Diego County. A San Diego 28-year-old flight attendant died last year after consuming a Cushy Punch tropical hybrid gummy. Her attorney with the law firm Casey Gary reported that the young woman experienced severe psychological and physiological symptoms after consuming a gummy, including trouble breathing, uncontrollable movements, increased heart rate, uncharacteristic behavior, and panic attacks. She died just hours after ingestion. Quote, "These companies disguise and market their products as safe, fun, and healthy, going so far as to represent to consumers that the products delivered the well-being and relief to all those that seek it. What they do not tell consumers is that the use of their products carry extreme risk of serious injury or even death," end quote, said the attorney. The law firm has filed wrongful death and survivorship claims against the marijuana store, the manufacturer, and the City of San Diego, who permitted the store and the manufacturer. A UC San Diego freshman who died when he fell out of the 8th floor window of a campus dormitory in October while under the influence of marijuana, and this case is also embroiled in civil and criminal litigation regarding persons or entities who enabled his death. Chula Vista had to employ city attorneys with experience in criminal law to support them because of litigation involving marijuana businesses. There can be expenses that the city, through potential liabilities associated with selling a drug which has highly concentrated hallucinogen, THC, that should be anticipated. Recognizing these potential liabilities, like the three I've just previously noted, from a legal point of view is important, however. The real cost is to persons, the citizens of our communities. Perhaps there are more precautions that need to be put into place to protect Encinitas citizens, especially our young people. Thanks.
Final two speakers are Judy Strang and then Kelly McCormick.
Good evening, Judy Strang. As you may know, the County of San Diego is also going to place a marijuana tax on the November ballot, and they spent a good part of yesterday discussing it. We participated in that. We also participated in the early days of some of the decision-making regarding the cannabis tax in the city of San Diego, and in fact co-wrote Proposition N, which established their tax, and wanted to share with you some information we've discovered about taxes over this period of time. It really matters in how you're going to enforce your activities of surveillance and intervention and minor decoy operations and checking labels and that sort of thing. We found in the city of San Diego where they have an 8% tax, that's really appropriate because they use their code enforcement rather than their police department, and that's going to be your similar situation. Tax rates of 6% tend to be in cities that use the outside sheriff, and it's kind of worked into that contract. So we'd like to recommend that you consider that 8% similar to the city of San Diego. excuse me, we also have noticed that the real issue regarding how that money is used is the way that a city can interrupt the messages that are being sending to young people. And there are several activities that we've seen across the state that seem to help with that. One is minor decoy operations. We had been promised that we would see minor decoy operations, and many of us were involved with a parent Zoom meeting with the Department of Cannabis Control, and they're not going to be able to do this for some time yet because they don't have enough employees yet hired. So to parents, this is really pivotal. Minor decoy operations, not only of the retail stores, but possibly even deliveries. The other thing that I think someone mentioned earlier is code enforcement checks of correct labeling. We are very concerned that the products that our young people and their parents are telling us about that they bought at retail establishments have not been properly or completely labeled. And we think code enforcement are the people to do that sort of thing. We also, excuse me, are very concerned about the capacity to enforce against advertising. The real issue for us in the parent community not only are the stores, but once you have a store, then it becomes very difficult to enforce against advertising. And in San Diego, we see it on the back of the receipts of Ralph's, the advertising for the stores. Of course, we have the problems with the billboards in the city of San Diego. And so as we consider what we could do to kind of mitigate that situation, that's perhaps where some of that general fund money could be used. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator and a parent, and I support everything that Ms. Strang just said. Let's be clear that Measure H was brought forth by the marijuana industry. It narrowly passed after the backers spent heavily on signature gatherers, promotional mailers, and other advertising. They would not have done this if they were not certain there was money to be made by growing, manufacturing, and selling marijuana. When you consider the tax rate, don't be fooled into thinking they will barely be getting by. If that was the case, you would not have any applicants, let alone more than 200. Tax revenues cannot fully make up for the costs, such as demands on first responders, mental health services, addiction treatment, DUIs, and other harms, but at least it's something. This week, the New York Times published a heartbreaking article called "It's Life or Death: U.S. Teenagers Face a Mental Health Crisis." Hospital emergency beds are taken up by teenagers who are severely depressed, hearing voices, causing self-harm, are suicidal, or who may have acted with violence against others. Mental health treatment centers are overwhelmed, leaving teens waiting agonizing days or weeks for specialized care. Statements of 2 U.S. Surgeon Generals, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the National Institute of Health, the American Psychiatric Association, and hundreds of peer-reviewed medical journal studies confirm that marijuana use by those under 25 increases the likelihood of addiction, depression, anxiety, psychosis, and schizophrenia. It's not just about regulated stores that say they will not sell to minors. It's about the creation of the environment in which youth think that it's harmful and they seek it out. Whether they seek it from a regulated business or another business, it's creating that normalization and it's creating that desire. And that is the real problem. And taxes, no matter what the rate, cannot make up for that. Thank you.
And that does conclude speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the speakers. Looking at the recommendations here, so there's the percentage we just talked about, and then, or the range and the different fees. And can you remind us of when we would actually choose the specific tax between 4% and 7% if the voters pass it?
The timing of when it would be adopted, is that the question?
Or yeah, I mean, part of it was to have the industry know what their taxation rate would be, right? Which was part of, you were saying, the point of the range in the first place.
So the ordinance reflects that it would go into effect January or November. It would pass. The city clerk would have to verify the election or finalize the election results. Then you would have to come back and have it codified, but clarify and let Tarquin be able to address that.
Sure, Mayor Blakespeare, if I can clarify. So if this measure passes, we would come forward, the staff would come forward with a proposed codified ordinance. It's substantially written as it is, as well as setting the recommended tax rates. And it would likely be certain, tax rates at the lower end for, cultivation of certain different types, as David pointed out in his plan. But the process is, if it passes by the voters, the staff will come back with the recommended ordinance and recommended tax rates, and the tax rates can be adjusted by resolution.
Okay, so it would happen near the beginning of the new year?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, and then there are these other things on here. City attorney prepared an impartial analysis for the voter pamphlet, which I support. The third one is determine if council wishes to take an official position. And then the fourth one is review and approve the draft argument in favor of the proposed ballot measure. So is number 3, if council takes an official position, would we then potentially all sign on to the draft argument that is referenced in number 4 that was in our staff report?
And the city attorney would like to answer that.
Yes, typically, if the council is satisfied with the draft arguments, then it would be authored by the entire council. An alternative, if the city council wanted to appoint 1 or 2 of its members to be the authors of a measure, and they could devise, so the authors of the argument, they could craft their own argument, and then that would be the argument of the city council.
Okay. Okay, great. So I see 2 of you have your hands up. So Councilmember Lyons.
Right, thank you. I would like to propose something to my fellow council members. One thing that I really do not want to find ourselves in the position of is to not have the flexibility to charge an upper end of tax that we need to cover what we feel are the costs associated with this sale of cannabis. From what I hear with what the city of San Diego is proposing, an 8% top maximum instead of a 7% might put us more aligned with what our neighboring community, San Diego, is currently proposing for their tax. So I know the proposal today in our documents is between 4 and 7%. I would feel comfortable extending that to 4 to 8%, and I'd like to I'm recommending that as an opportunity to verify, first of all, to make sure we have the latitude to have the funds available to address all the range of challenges that I think we'll have. So that's what I'll put out there for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so I think that the ordinance and resolutions that have been put forth by the consultant and by with review of the city attorney is reasonable, and I think that they've taken into consideration lots of different events that could happen in the future, so that this tax would in fact apply in case there are changes in regulation or other things come about in the future. So I'm happy with what they've put together, and I agree that that we should put together. We should take an official statement, position on it, and have an official statement. And I would say that that the entire city council kind of be part of that. And so I'm going to move the staff's recommendation, the item 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then direct the city attorney to do an impartial analysis. And also direct that the city council, maybe city staff can help coordinate us taking official positive position on this initiative and coordinate the drafting of that argument for us.
Well, I think it's already drafted right? It's already on page Can you put the draft argument up so everyone can see it? I was happy with the way it was drafted and didn't feel the need to redraft it, but if anybody felt they wanted to change it.
It's page 22.
Mayor, if I may, I got a
Yeah.
clarification for you, just some questions asked, is that the questions that are being asked about the cost recovery component, if you recall in the presentation, that Prop 26 is you can create fees to charge the industry for oversight to that. You don't need to use the tax revenue for that. So as you identify concerns for oversight, underage sales, staffing, code enforcement, any of that stuff, you can develop a fee like you did for the initial application. You identify all the burden costs associated with that, and you can create a regulatory annual fee for them. It doesn't come out of the tax. So I know there's been going back and forth and trying to say you need to have revenue to offset costs. You don't. You can create a fee independently of that, and the revenues can be used for general fund purposes for other things. I just want to make sure you understand the difference between the two.
I think that's a really good
Thank you.
point because there have been speakers that have come forth. I'm sorry, I'm reading something at the same time. There have been speakers that have come forth that talked about, speak about different things that we have to do and should be doing, but most of them are fees that we can actually recover. And then even the same thing as folks saying, you should use the revenue for certain purposes. That conversation will come. The reason why we're not saying that it's going to be for specific purposes right now, because then it would push this tax into a special tax, and that would be an entirely different, it would have to have 2/3 of the population say, or the voting population say yes, and so it's better to keep it at a general tax, and then we can have that conversation later about how to direct those funds. But high on my list would be working with our organizations on youth prevention and trying to get their help. And so I'm looking at this argument in favor of, and I don't see this as a problem. It seems.
And so I just want to say, contribute that I appreciate your explanation on that. That was helpful.
Well, let's go to Deputy Mayor Kranz or Councilmember Kranz.
Yeah, thank you. I'm supportive of the motion, and I'm wondering, will this be a normal process where there may be a rebuttal to our argument?
There will be an argument. There may be an argument against,
Right.
in which case there can be a rebuttal argument by one or more city councils. We don't need to make that decision tonight, but the reason we need to do the arguments in favor now is because we're dark in July because of the deadline. But we'll have a longer deadline once an argument is submitted against it to decide whether or not to submit an argument and rebuttal and what that form is going to be.
Yeah, and I would like to, think about maybe having citizens groups prepare the rebuttal as opposed to the city council offering a rebuttal. So that's something that I'd like to consider if we get to that point. And I think if the Alliance for Drug-Free Youth is up for that, I would certainly entertain that.
Is the argument against is usually just a anti-tax argument, like we don't want any taxes on cannabis, or what is the argument?
It can be of any form. It's either the industry groups or certain anti-tax groups. There are many different forms it can take. But the city council can certainly make a decision either to author the rebuttal or to authorize another group to authorize a rebuttal.
So who responded, who signed on to the rebuttal would certainly, I think, be driven in part by the argument against. So, I could see that. But they seem to have made a pretty, coherent argument for the tax, so.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor, is your motion that we all sign on to this, or that
Yes.
the council signs on to this?
Yes.
And that basically it's staff recommendation of those 4 things?
Yes.
And is there anything we're missing on this, Tarquin?
No.
Okay.
Sounds like Councilmember Kranz was the second.
And let me see if anyone else wants to speak. Okay. Okay, well then let's go ahead and vote.
Are you in fact the second?
He was the second.
Oh, sorry. That was fast.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, everybody. We're on to the next item, which is 10C. This shouldn't take too long. Consideration of creating an advisory task force on the El Camino Real specific plan project. And how many public speakers do we have on this item?
3.
3, okay. So we'll get a staff report first from our planning director, Roy Sapow.
I don't even see, do you see Donna? Oh, she's here.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. Roy Sapao, Director of Development Services. Brief staff report. What's before you tonight is an item to consider creating a task force for the El Camino Real specific plan project. In January this year, the City Council received a report from staff on the update of the El Camino Real specific plan effort. At that meeting, the council members, the council directed the city manager to look into putting together a task force for that effort. What's before you tonight is a resolution recommending a committee or members for this task force should the city council wish to create a task force. So staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution as presented to the city council, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Krantz, did you want to go first or hear the 3 public speakers? Okay, let's hear the speakers.
Okay, our 3 public speakers, Harriet Selden, Randall Sims, and then Donna Westbrook. I do not see Donna. Did you want to speak, Randall? So that's 10D.
Okay, can I speak then?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Mayor Blackspear, council members, I'm Harriet Selden, Encinitas resident. I live in the community of New Encinitas in District 3. And when this discussion came up before, and I believe it was Councilmember Krantz who brought it up, to have a task force to look at this, I thought it was going to be mostly residents, and I don't see any residents in this, just representing people that live in the neighborhoods around there. There's like 19,000 people that live in New Encinitas, probably, depending on how you calculate it, 5,000 or 10,000 immediately next to El Camino Real, travel on El Camino Real every day, live in suburban neighborhoods right around there, and have had no voice in this specifically because it's been looking at developers and people that just want certain things, but not people who live nearby. And so I hope that there could be several people who are just regular residents, and it doesn't matter to me to say what percent are homeowners or renters, but just people who live in the area that are impacted by this, that shop there, that drive right next to there, that live right there, and their voices should be heard too in this process. So I hope that a task force could be changed to maybe eliminate some other characteristics in this, put in residents or add several residents, but the voice of people who live around there should be heard. In the planning session that I went to, the workshop, they didn't pay attention, and the consultants told me they didn't pay attention to people who live nearby. They just took it randomly. They didn't know if they lived in the city. They didn't know where they lived. And I think having people appointed that live nearby and would be heavily impacted, but also might really be using it, I mean, that they go there every day, that would be important. So I hope that this can be amended in this section of the membership of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Krantz.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate Harriet showing up and hanging out this long to speak. I appreciate her input on this. When I proposed this idea back a few months ago, we got some emails of interest from residents in that area. So I agree with Harriet and would like to see us expand this. I wonder, Roy, if the choice of 7 people was, kind of your top end, or whether you think we could go to 9 on that.
Yeah, if the council wishes to add more, we have the capacity to take on 2 more. If that's the critical thing for us is this effort is based on the grant that we received, and there's strict timelines, and our goal is to move forward with the next step so we can meet our deadline.
So then I would defer the selection of the residents to staff as outlined in the staff report, which is what they're going to do with property owners and businesses. So I would recommend that I would move approval of this with 2 modifications. 1, to go to 9 people and include 2 residents, and 2, for the Planning Commission representative and the Traffic and Mobility Commission representative, instead of the chairs, make it the new Encinitas representatives, because I think it's much more important that we hear from the commissioners that are actually residents of the community through which El Camino Real travels. So that would be
Could
my
I make
motion.
a slight friendly amendment? Because I was going to make the same suggestion, actually, about not having it be the chair. But could we phrase it as the new Encinitas representative or the commissioner that's chosen by the commission? Like, if for some reason that person doesn't have the time or capacity, we don't want someone who just doesn't show up, that they would choose somebody among them, but we would call it out as a preference.
I would support that, and I would actually say that, as long as we have a representative from each of those commissions, I think that's the most important. So if there's a conflict on the meeting, given the fact that there is a timeline that we need to adhere to, that flexibility, I think, is an important part of this. So I just think that having those commissions participate in the conversation in the most robust way possible is in the best interest of everybody in the community. I think it should be the prerogative of the representative of New Encinitas first, but ultimately can defer to the will of the commission.
Right. Okay. And then somebody from the city council needs to volunteer, because that's one city council member too.
I was going to volunteer Joe. It's mostly his district. I mean, and I'm happy to if he's not available, but because a big part of my district includes El Camino Real. Mine is the Encinitas Ranch specific plan section of El Camino Real, so it's a little different. You're in that county poorly planned section of El Camino Real, so.
Yeah, no, I can volunteer. I'd be happy to step up and serve as the one city council member.
And what's the duration of this committee?
For the entire length of the process.
Which is
until September of 2023. So this committee will make recommendations to the consultant and staff, and then staff will bring forward those recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council.
So for example, if the sitting city council member was not on the city council anymore, then there would need to be a new city council member appointed.
That is correct.
Okay.
So more specifically, when are you looking for the recommendations and the thoughts of this commission, of this task force to come back? Because we don't have until September of 2023 to bring our comments back.
Correct. So we're looking at, it would go into 2023, early 2023. So we're tentatively scheduling a planning commission hearing in August of 2023. So those efforts will be all the way through early 2023 so that we can get those recommendations. So
yeah, I mean, so I would be happy to serve if for continuity purposes you want to do it yourself, or if you want to tag team on it, we can both do it.
I'd tag team.
All right. So we'll keep it to one person, but we'll basically, if I'm attending, I'll attend until the end of the year, and then you can have it.
Great. So glad we worked that out. Councilmember Lyons.
So I wholeheartedly appreciate and I'll second the motion as modified on the table. I do have a couple comments. One is the 7 people that we have identified includes 2 property owners within the corridor. Is that meant to intend those are residential property owners? Those are residents, no?
no, those are property owners of the properties along El Camino Real. That could be commercial properties.
Okay, so it's not in the neighborhood, it's right on,
Along,
okay.
yes.
Okay, good. I mean, I'm glad we're now going with the 9, so that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. And the other thing is I want us to think about this in terms of, even though this is adding a step to the process that seems like, oh, now it'll take longer, I suspect by including the valuable input of this group, that this will actually promote this moving forward more efficiently. So I'm big thumbs up on that. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no question. And I'm really glad Councilmember Kranz brought it up, and it's like clearly the right thing to do. Yeah. And I mean, we need ambassadors for the project. So the people who know about it and understand it and talk with their community, I mean, and it's really important we have residents. So I'm so glad Harriet came forward to recommend that. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
So I will be recommending a 4th of July parade on ECR.
Motion carries unanimously.
Yes. We will have continuity then, yes.
Okay, great. So that passed, and now we're on to item 10D, which is the city manager's proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 operating and capital budget. So how many public speakers do we have on this item?
We have 6.
Okay. I know some of you have waited a long time, almost 9:45 here.
Whew.
Yes, and you have your flags, your homemade flags. Artists are so flamboyant.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Tonight we have the budget introduction for fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital budget. And with me I have Tom Gallup, the Assistant Director of Finance, and then also Kelly Sanderson, who will be presenting the operating part. She's the budget manager. Also with us is staff from all the other departments here available to answer any questions.
Thank you and good evening. The staff report in your agenda packet provides information about the proposed budget for all city funds and compares the changes to the current budget. This presentation highlights key drivers behind proposed changes to the general fund revenue and expenditures. First, an overview on why and how the budget is developed. A public agency may not spend public funds without the legal authorization to do so. So the budget process is a way for City Council to authorize spending through appropriations before the beginning of the new fiscal year on July 1st. The city's fiscal year 23 budget development process kicked off in November 2021. Over the winter, staff updated revenue estimates and projected expenses. They also prepared requests for potential new or enhanced programs. Workshops were held this spring to define council strategy, identify budget priorities, and offer opportunities for public comment. Staff incorporated council direction into the proposed budget. The purpose of tonight's budget introduction is to receive public input and council direction on potential revisions. Staff will return on June 15th for final adoption. The fiscal year 23 operating budget is balanced and continues to promote fiscal sustainability with revenues exceeding expenditures. The city's revenue shows solid growth over the current fiscal year, and proposed expenditures include inflationary and enhanced service levels. Contingency and budget stabilization reserves are fully funded with an estimated $18.4 million in general fund reserves at the end of June 2023. The personnel budget honors negotiated labor contracts and meets CalPERS pension obligations. It also includes additions and reclassifications to the full-time employee count. Staff has incorporated council's direction from the May 23rd and April 13th workshops related to funding priority CIP projects. The projected unassigned ending fund balance is estimated to be $2.1 million for the general fund. For all funds, next fiscal year's total budget includes estimated revenues of $116.4 million. This represents solid growth over the current year and is primarily due to high property values, along with a rebound in tourism following the lifting of pandemic-related restrictions. Proposed expenditures total $105.6 million. Projections include adjustments for inflation and enhanced service levels discussed at the budget workshops. The general fund is the city's largest and most discretionary fund. It accounts for services such as public safety, public works, planning and development, park and street maintenance, code enforcement, as well as the administrative services required to support these programs. For fiscal year 23, general fund revenues are estimated at $92.3 million, a $3.3 million increase over the current year. Nearly 88% of general fund revenue is generated from taxes, with property tax being the largest and most stable source at 63%. The estimated 3.7% increase for fiscal year 23 is primarily due to a $3.9 million increase in property taxes, driven by the high assessed values and annual Proposition 13 inflation adjustment, which is set by the county assessor's office at the maximum 2%. Franchise fees are expected to increase $563,000. This is a result of EDCO's 5% fee increase that went into effect on June 1st, 2021. But $500,000 of this will be transferred to the solid waste fund to cover services related to trash, recyclables, and green waste, along with street sweeping contracts. The apparent decrease in charges for service is driven by $1.3 million in one-time cannabis business registration fee revenue, which will not be collected next year. However, user fees are projected to increase by $526,000, primarily due to the adoption of a new user fee schedule in August 2021, which now includes an annual CPI adjustments. Proposed general fund expenditures total $82.8 million, a 5.7% increase over the current year. The $3.1 million change in personnel includes negotiated salary increases with the city's bargaining units, as well as $1 million to provide enhanced services and continuity of operations. Contracts and services are projected to increase by $1.3 million over the current year. This includes a $173,000 increase to the sheriff's contract as approved by council on March 23rd, as well as a $455,000 reduction for one-time cannabis application review services that will not occur next year. This category also includes key operational adjustments discussed at the budget workshop, such as inflation, trail maintenance, school crossing guards, and a contract land surveyor. Operating and debt service transfers to other funds are summarized in attachment 2, and the payments towards and include payments towards the iBank loan for streetscape. Next, Finance Director McBroom will discuss the proposed capital improvement program.
Thank you, Finance Manager Sanderson, and good evening again. Before I begin the CIP portion of the presentation, I understand that there were concerns related to the funding of the Pacific View project. As City Manager Antil likes to remind us, the budget isn't about just the numbers, but it's also a story that we're weaving for the community, and we have a great story to tell. But as a CPA, I love numbers, and I bleed numbers. So when the funding for this project was available in April, and since we had provided funding of $524,000 towards the contract services on this project, I knew how important and fast we had to move on this project and what a high priority it was. And so I planned to adjust the remaining $6.5 million in the current budget. However, due to timing issues, adjustments to the current budget are not reflected in this report, which made it appear that Pacific View was not being funded. This is not the case. So I apologize for the fusion and have included the remaining balance in next year's budget so that you can take action this evening instead of waiting for the adjustment of the current budget at third quarter. The CIP schedules on pages 25 to 31 reflect this change, specifically on pages 27 and 28, which I've highlighted in blue, and the rest of this presentation includes the additional funding of this project. This meeting, just as a reminder too, is the budget introduction, so it is the time to make changes before we return for the adoption, as Finance Manager Sanderson mentioned, which we are planning to adopt the budget by resolution on June 15th.
Before you move on from this, so, the public has not seen this revised document because it was on our city council dais just as we sat down tonight. So can you just describe exactly what it says on page 27 and 28, and what is the difference between the two categories on page 27 and 28? And if it's possible to put it up there so the public can see it, that would be helpful. But if not, you could just describe that line item.
I'm happy to do that for you. It was posted on the website, but we'll bring it up again, and I'll show you what we did. It's page 25. Page 25. Okay, so this is page 25, and it's the beginning of this 6-year CIP plan. And this is CIP by the different funds. So we start off with the general fund. Could you keep scrolling? And then on page 27, it's highlighted in blue under the facilities fund capital projects. There's already a project for Pacific View improvements, and $524,000 was appropriated in the current budget. The remaining $7 million is being proposed for next year. And then could you scroll? And then beginning on page 28, this is CIP by the categories. And then you see again, we've got the facilities fund, and it's highlighted in blue, the same amount, and it's
Director
$7 million in
McBroom,
total.
if I might just clarify that the 524,150 is a part of the 7 million. That was the contract that was just let for the consulting services for the design. So the total of those two are 7 million, not an additional 7 million, unless you have
Yes.
a magic wand.
That's
You're
right.
not telling me
No.
about, so.
Thank you.
Can you just, what is the difference between the two? It's the same amount of money, but why is it here twice?
The first set of schedules are to show the different funds and what CIP projects the different funds are funding. And then the second schedule, beginning on page, is that 28? Beginning on page 28 is by the different CIP categories. So drainage, facilities, mobility, streets and rail corridor.
Okay, thank you.
It's an accounting thing.
It's just summarized differently twice. Okay.
Right, that's right.
Okay, thank you. You could go ahead with your
right, thank
presentation.
you. So as I was saying, the rest of this presentation includes the funding for Pacific View with the additional $6.5 million. And when you add what was passed in the current budget, the $524,000, it is a total of $7 million.
Need that slideshow up again. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so with that change, the revised CIP total for all funds is $22.5 million. The chart on the left reflects proposed CIP by category. So that's one of the schedules I shared with you. The streets and rail corridor projects and the facilities fund projects make up the majority of the total CIP at 31% each, and then it's followed by the wastewater projects at 17%. And then the chart on the right reflects proposed CIP by funding type, and that's one of the other set of projects that I had just shared with you. The general fund and facilities fund projects each make up 31% again of the total CIP, followed by the gas tax fund and transnet funds at 17%, and then wastewater funds at 16%. This next slide reflects the CIP and work projects funded by the general fund for next year, which totals $7 million. These are the same projects that were presented to council at the March 23rd and April 13th budget workshops. It includes projects that were originally programmed, the annually funded projects, and additional funding for projects such as the citywide rail corridor of $750,000, which was transferred from the Leucadia Boulevard Roundabout project, the 101 Mobility and Safety Striping Project for $1.2 million, and additional funding to the general mobility projects for quick build projects. This next slide shows the work projects that totaled $900,000, include the housing element update for $500,000 and climate action plan mitigation measures for $202,000. So the total of those two type of projects come to $7 million, which the general fund, again, is funding. And then here's where Pacific View improvements will be funded. It's in the facilities fund. This is the facilities fund that gets the annual transfer from the general fund of $1.1 million. We do have the money available in the general fund now, and it will be transferred to this fund. And then this is the fund that also provides the funding for all of the city facilities for their maintenance and operations. Or actually, the repairs and maintenance, I'm sorry. So that includes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so it's really important to recognize the importance of this agenda item. So, you know, as you stated at the beginning, and I think it's important just to recall that a public agency may not spend public funds without the legal authorization to do so. A budget appropriates public funds, providing the legal authorization from the governing body to expend these funds. City Council must approve the budget and authorize spending authority, which is appropriations, prior to the beginning of the new fiscal year on July 1. So, you know, I read this budget very closely, and I think some members of the public do. I'm sure my colleagues do. And what is in here will define what we do, and what is not in here will not be done. So when I read the budget extremely closely and saw that Pacific View was not in here, I was understandably upset about that, because we had talked about it extensively, and it didn't make any sense to me. But I also recalled having gone through a previous budget where streetscape was not really in here. And so we needed to, it was a similarly difficult series of discussions to make sure that our council priorities were reflected in the budget. And now, you know, streetscape is underway. And, you know, we needed to get the $20 million that we borrowed into the budget on both the expenditure side and on the income side. So, you know, I did notice that this document that was provided today shows it on the expenditure side, but there are multiple places where it needs to be on the revenue side. In the same way that the $20 million that we're borrowing is being spent on streetscape, this ARPA funding is going into the general fund, and then we need to transfer the general fund to the facilities fund, and then it needs to go to Pacific View. And all of that needs to be reflected accurately in the budget before we adopt it. So, you know, this is, for me, to approve this budget, it's critically important that it reflect Pacific View and all of the categories where it needs to be. And I do appreciate that this was provided to us today. And, I think of this as one of the most important things that should be in the budget, and especially given the many times we've talked about it. It definitely was either an oversight or an admission. But, I think it's really important that when these things are brought up, that our approach to it is to just recognize that and to say, okay, I recognize that that was a mistake, and so we're going to put it back in, and then just basically course correct, because otherwise it's essentially unhelpful to just basically have excuses and not take ownership of problems. So I'm really grateful we are where we are right now, but I also just want to make sure that everybody's aware that this is critically important, this budget document, and what we adopt in 1 month will set the course for this next year and then for the 6 years after that, because we are looking forward 6 years to what it is that we'll be funding. And there are a number of people who talk about Quiet Zone, and that is funded in the year after this fiscal year, but not this fiscal year. And so looking at that, that expenditure is not going to be happening in this coming fiscal year. But it's a really, it's an important reality check. And it's also important that we, I feel like my main role is an oversight and accountability role. And as electeds, that is what we are charged with doing. So making sure that we know what's in this budget and feel comfortable with it, and it reflects what we have talked about and what our expectations are, is really important. So I have a few questions and comments about some other things, particularly related to proposed personnel changes, as well as Beacons Beach. But I'm not going to go into those until we hear from the public comments who people want to speak, and also my colleagues. So let me see if there are any preliminary questions. I don't see that there are, so let's go ahead and hear from the public speakers.
Okay, I'll call you 3 at a time, and just a reminder that each one of you have 3 minutes. Naomi Woodward, Scott Campbell, followed by Derek Sharapata.
Well, at last, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm very encouraged with the new development, and all I can say is thank you on behalf of all the artists and the 89 plus nonprofit arts organization. And I don't know if I introduced myself, Naomi Woodward from Encinitas Friends of the Arts. And I've had the privilege of standing here on many, many occasions, and it's wonderful to see it to becoming a reality. So I'm grateful, and thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Uh-oh. Where's the clicker? Okay, my name is Scott Campbell, and I am representing the Citizen Review Panel, and we did a little data dive into the budget. First thing I kind of wonder is, Mayor, if the paper you have is the same as what's online. I'm not sure. It's interesting. It sounds like there might be a little bit different. So let's move on. We got to go quick. Uh-oh. Next, please.
We'll give you a few more seconds. I know we're running them down right here as you got your slides together.
Okay, so there was
ahead,
quite a few written comments, and I tabulated them, data-driven, and you can see the numbers. They speak for themselves on what people want. This is what's considered a positive indicator of public sentiment. Next, please. Ladies, wave your flags. This budget that I saw online says quite a lot of money going to Pacific View. Yay! And it shows that Leucadia lost money. Next, please. This is a really important slide. The revenue sources for the city. The number one source is increased property taxes and tourism. Perhaps the city should be focusing on those areas because they present the most growth. Next slide, please. And here we did a breakdown. This is all in the document. 63%. It's going to increase 7.1%. Sales tax revenue only increasing 5.5%. The data shows that outdoor dining is really not a large contributor to the revenue. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, and it was a big passion. I think There were some false ideas there. The revenue isn't there. Transient occupancy tax is growing. Let's have more of it. Franchise fees, that's probably a brilliant move. We doubled 5% to 10% we're charging EDCO. That's a huge amount. 24% growth. I wish I could get that in the stock market right now. Next, please. This is also on there. Notice all the money for mobility and striping is paint. Nothing for rail crossings, citywide rail corridor. Puny, peanuts for more studies. I don't even know what a cycle track is. Next, please. This one was very interesting. This one's buried in there. This one's kind of devastating. Apparently, we knew about this 2 years ago, and it was going to cost $750,000. We didn't do anything. Now it's 1.5. We're soaking somebody for this money. We wasted $500,000, $750,000 because we lagged. Next, please. This shows that we have quite a lot of money in the bank. Let's put some of this towards the railroad crossings and stuff instead of waiting for funding. We didn't even spend all the money that we allocated last year, it appears. I'm not a CPA, but I think I can read pretty good. Next, please. This is the last slide. And this says a subset of current projects. And I urge everybody to see all of the unfunded and partially funded projects that we've kind of committed to, but we don't have any money. I don't understand. We need to do something better. These are my comments, data-driven comments on the budget. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Campbell, I'm curious, who's the Encinitas Citizen Review Panel?
It's a very small group dedicated to data-driven analysis of city council decisions. And what we really do is we look at effects after the fact. It's really nice to have good ideas, and there's lots of good ideas, but implementation is important also, and we need to have a review process to make sure that everybody knows whether things are working or not. We can't just keep going forward and ignore a pile of refuse behind us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Derek Sharapata. Is Derek here? Okay, the next three speakers, Tim Bratton, Naomi Nussbaum, and then Patricia Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor Blakespear and council members. I'm Tim Bratton. I'm wearing red because I'm here on behalf of the residents who are supporting the Train Horn Quiet Zone. We're happy to see that the funding for the design of the Quiet Zone is currently in the budget for 2022. Thank you for finding a way to move the Quiet Zone forward. I'm sure you've seen we've gotten a lot of positive comments, and I think Scott said that there were 43, but I counted 50, so I may have gotten a newer version. It's 86 pages, and it contains 50 letters. Every single one of the 50 letters in the budget were voicing support for the Quiet Zone, and in other words, 100% of the public comments from the letters the city received on the budget support the line item that funds the design of the Quiet Zone. I think that's remarkable, but it's just a sampling of the community support for this initiative. So you have to ask, why is there so much support for the Quiet Zone? There are clues in many of the letters. In some of the 50 letters, you'll come to learn the personal stories of our neighbors that are suffering from the train horns. In other letters, there are references to studies and articles that provide scientific evidence of the negative effects of the train noise on health. Every single one of us in the train horn blast zone intuitively knows that it negatively affects our sleep, increases our stress, impacts our ability to concentrate, and causes many other health problems. But now we're becoming increasingly aware of the scientific research that explains why it's causing so many health problems. So for instance, pages 9 through 20 of the comments in the comments document contains a study from the Journal of Basic Research in Cardiology that concluded nighttime train noise is associated with a significant degree of endothelial dysfunction in healthy subjects. Quite alarming. Pages 36 and 37 of the comments include a document with 10 more links to studies and articles, many of which focus on the negative effects of train horn noise on children. Pages 47 through 69 include 18 more articles and studies about the effects of train noise on health from all over the world. One outlines the dangers of cortisol awakening response, which is certainly what is happening numerous times every night to the residents in the train horn blast zone. Another found a direct correlation between increased use of sleep medication to deal with the effects of nighttime train horn noise. So many studies and so much data. The science is clear. The train horn noise is affecting the health of the Encinitas residents in the train horn blast zone. That's why there's so much support for the citywide quiet zone. Thank you for including this item in the preliminary budget. So many of us are hoping that it is included in the final budget.
Thank you.
I think I'm speaking for myself and Naomi Nussbaum, who had to leave. The first thing I want to do is say better? Great. The first thing I want to say is thank you. They don't pay you enough, whatever it is. We really appreciate your service to our community. My name is Patricia Frischer. This is the first time I've spoken to you, although I've attended many sessions here. I run San Diego Visual Arts Network, and we represent 2,500 visual arts resources in the entire region of San Diego, from Fallbrook in the north to and including Baja Norte in the south. I'm a Cardiff C resident for the last 25 years, after 30 years in London. Now I'm getting to an age where I can see a time when I will probably no longer be a world or even county-wide traveler. But this is my forever home. So I know right now we're all talking about the budget and money, and we were so grateful for your support for Pacific View. Revenue from tourist attractions, savings made from keeping kids safe and involved in after-school programs, savings by helping healing arts programs, and especially encouraging the use of creativity for innovation are all contributing factors to the budget. Besides simply taking a lifeless building and putting it to use again. But I want to remind you all that the arts are mainly a quality of life improver. Plays can move you to laughter and tears. Music can raise you to a higher plane. Paintings and sculptures can help you define yourself. So living in a community that the arts define makes it a home. And home is where the heart is. And thank you all from our hearts for your heartful support of Pacific View. Thank you very much.
Final two speakers, Randall Sims and then Kathleen Lees.
Thank you, City Council. Don't want to take up too much time. I know it's getting late. We do want to thank you, though, for keeping Pacific View there in the view on the budget and keeping it fully funded as a place for the arts. You know, the arts is so deep in the identity of Encinitas historically, so that's a great thing. And I also urge you to work with the EFA. They're such a group of very competent individuals, very apt. You know, work with them in the operation as much as you can. Naimi's an amazing person. I also want to mention, thank you for your report, staff, by the way. That $1.3 million in cannabis application fees will be replaced if the voters voted in. If it goes at 4%, it'll be about $1.6 million a year in taxes, and 7%, I believe, about $2.8 million a year. So hopefully that goes to raises for our teachers, sheriffs, and firefighters, and maybe some for Pacific View as well. So thank you. Have a nice evening.
Evening, Council, Mayor, Ms. Until. Isn't it more fun to talk about art than anything else? First of all, I want to thank Tony he's the one person left on council that actually voted to move forward with Pacific View. And that was after 3 or 4, I don't even know how many years of it going back, will, won't, what's going to happen with Pacific View. And I know my vision was always clear. And Tony's was always clear, and so good on you. Tony has held in there for a long time. I first knew him on the located town council board and suggested he get on the cultural tourism committee to meet the movers and groovers in town. And he did that and went on to be elected to council, so. It's been a long road. I can't say it's more stressful now, sometimes more ugly, because we have had some really ugly times in this council chamber. And that was with people who seem apparently not to believe that government was to do something good for the people. So I sleep better at night now. I'm sorry you go through what you go through, but I sleep better at night knowing that we have a council that is intelligent in the way they do things and thoughtful. And as my mother would always say, be kind. Thank you.
Mayor, that does conclude speakers, and then I have two speakers, Deanna Sabak and Rosemary Kimball, who are registering support for Pacific View but did not wish to speak. Do you want to speak? Okay. All righty.
Okay. Rosemary Kimball, contemporary Zen painter, and born in Cardiff by the Sea. Thank you, Council, for taking up Pacific View and being ready to give the money to make it all work. I took a quick note that when you mentioned how this budget was going to be moved to the next council, I got worried, because is there any chance that the next council could do something to overturn the $6.5 million that you're putting into 2023? And is there any way that you can put it in concrete? So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Now, concrete now.
We're pouring it tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the public speakers, and I'll call on Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Budgets are important because they are a roadmap for the future, and they're the choices that we make as a community. And so it does definitely represent our values. And I can say that looking at this budget, while I may make some tweaks individually, I think collectively we've come to a nice compromise. And it does absolutely represent our values. And so I think it's good to go, especially with the tweaks that have been made. So I'm going to move the staff's recommendation on this item.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, Director McBroom, I do have a couple questions, and it's my attempt to tie this spreadsheet, which was part of our package, and I believe may have been updated online, with the funds breakdown that was also updated. So my first question is, we have the quiet zone implementation shown on this spreadsheet. Could you show me where it is on this breakdown? You found it?
I think it's the
If you could-
citywide rail
Yes.
corridor.
Okay.
You want to probably add quiet zone to that, because that's the focus of
Yeah, that would be
particular
helpful.
study is
Okay.
add the words quiet zone so people are aware of what that is.
It says quiet zone. It says citywide rail corridor quiet zone for $750,000.
Okay, I don't see quiet zone.
Really? It's on page 29 at the under streets and rail corridor.
Yeah, there's another
And
one.
quiet zone was dropped off on page 25, but it is the same thing.
On page 25,
Okay.
it just says
Good.
citywide rail corridor.
Oh.
So page 25, it's about 8 down, 9 down.
It's a very important thing to be clear about, so thanks for that clarification.
We'll fix
If
that.
something dropped off there, it'd be great to add it back on.
Yes, we'll fix it. Thank you.
And second question is the Pacific View. I do appreciate that that was captured. Even though we've got the $6,475,000 identified for next fiscal year, can we begin, well, maybe we're not going to need to begin to access that now. We're okay as far as, we can start accessing that starting July 1 if we need to.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, I think that's good. That's what we need to
We've
have.
actually already accessed it because
Oh,
you
okay.
did an allocation 2 weeks ago, and we hired the design firm.
A consultant, okay.
But that's not of the 6.5, that's of the 500 that we allocated within this current fiscal year.
Correct. We actually allocated all of it in the last fiscal year, and that's, I think, where the confusion came in. But the 542, we've actually let that contract, and the remaining balance is the 6 million something that you see that will transfer into next year's budget.
So that sounds like it's appropriate. Thank you. My last question has to do with a project that's not listed for this next year, but I want to make a comment kind of in the public forum about how we evolve this spreadsheet here. It's a lovely graphic spreadsheet that I really like to use. I think people learn in different ways. Some people read these, some people read these, and some people can read both. As we develop this spreadsheet, I'd like for us to make sure we're really clear that we've got apples to apples. So I want to talk about item L, which is Birmingham Drive Complete Streets. And I know it's not funded for construction right now, but my question about it is the total number we have identified there, and the fact that we say no, it doesn't include grants or other funding. It would be good to know on that one. I believe, are getting some additional funding for the undergrounding of utilities from an external source. And I don't know, I just want to make sure we have apples to apples so we don't get confused in the future. The total under the money needed on that item looks to me like it's the money needed by the city, but it might not be the total cost of the project, because I believe we are getting some additional money added to that project. So this is something that we will try to clarify as we develop this spreadsheet.
Director McBroom, do you want to take or Matt Wadowski, on the funding for undergrounding for that portion is not a part of this line item and the capital piece? Maybe you could explain how that works.
Oh, yes. Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, for Birmingham Drive, as we said, yeah, the needed amount we have is what we've identified, and then the undergrounding has to come with the extra money as we see. So I will make sure we get that. I don't have that information directly right now.
Sure, that's fine today, but and it's not something we need to know today. But it's a comment I want to make about the information we're providing to the public, so that there's no confusion, so we're clear on what the city needs to come up with and whether we're getting some additional money. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kranz.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate all the effort that's gone into this. A ton of work, I know, by staff and the city manager directing, working hard to address, operational issues as well as the capital improvement program stuff. So I appreciate all that you've done. And I appreciate all the advocacy that Tim and his EncinitasQuadZone.com group has put forth. You are very organized, and as soon as the budget came out, the emails started to hit. So hats off to you for the efforts. You got a good group going, and I fully support a quiet zone citywide. So I am very pleased to have that organization, that group put together. I would say to Scott that if you don't know what a cycle track is, you probably want to review the agenda item that we had to discuss that particular project, because there were probably 20, 25 people that showed up that night to speak in support of that cycle track. So it's a pretty popular item, and mobility is really important in our community. So, you know, your comparison, your data-driven analysis, you don't want to leave, you know, things out. So take a look at that agenda item. You'll probably appreciate what a cycle track is and the amount of support that we have for that. So I think it's important that we continue on the path that we're on, which is to address the shortcomings on perhaps one of the more important roads that we have in our city, which is the 101 corridor. We're implementing a project that has been in the works for about 15 years and is addressing a concept known as complete streets, so that the road is being allocated in ways that enhance the experience of people who walk and people who bike. So I think it's really important that we continue with that project, and I look forward to advancing that before the end of the year to get the northern portion under construction. I do have some qualms about the way this particular report lays out the operational changes, the number of personnel that we would be approving as part of this budget. So my request would be that we dive into that a little deeper to you know, plug these new proposed positions into an organizational chart and identify what the benefits of each of these will be in terms of efficiencies in our city, and perhaps work product that would you know, shave time off the submittal process when people who have submitted plans. I know Director Sapau gave us a presentation the other day that was pretty amazing to see the efforts that have been coming out of the planning department, and they definitely need some support, as well as the engineers. So, you know, many of these in listed form make sense, but I certainly would feel better approving this if I had a better picture of exactly what the impacts were going to be. The same would be true of the table that says the city manager's recommendations, which reclassifying these positions would improve services to the community. I think we owe it to the community to perhaps a little bit more clearly identify how it's going to improve services to them. So that would be my recommendation, that you know, we move forward with this, but hopefully between now and or at the actual budget presentation, we have an ability to point to the report and say, yeah, this is we're spending taxpayers' money wisely. So that's my one request.
We do have staff here tonight, and we have included some additional information we've just posted. We can certainly put more information in the report, but in the meantime, we do have staff here available, and we've just put up a new slide to talk a little bit about what our plan is for those additional FTEs.
It is 10:30, and I'm not suggesting that we should necessarily you know, not move forward with what we've got. I just think that in order for the public to be able to refer to the staff report and we make decisions in an informed way, it would be better, instead of having a presentation tonight, that we get it in writing into the staff report so that we can have that as a historical record.
Yeah, and I'll just follow that. So I did really appreciate the Director Sapau's presentation about the budget needs and the realities of our planning department and our engineering department. And the new positions that are related to that problem and fixing that problem, I feel comfortable with. I think Councilmember Kranz makes an important point about tying specifically what these new positions, I mean, this is 12 new FTEs. So let's, you know, as was stated in the staff report, we, over a 10-year period, only went up 8 FTEs. So this is 1 year, we're going up 12. So I think it's a really good, important that we tie these positions to the work product that the Director Sapau had been talking about, what problems we're trying to solve with these new people. And then I'll also just say, from my perspective, that I don't believe the city needs an assistant to the city manager, which is basically like a third upper level management staff. So we have a city manager, an assistant city manager, and then we would be creating a third executive with the title of assistant to the city manager. So I do not support that. And essentially all of the other positions I would like to see justified. I would like to see more justification than what's provided on the screen here today. So continuity of operations, I don't feel like that's an adequate justification. I'd like to see more of a specific description of what problem we're trying to solve. So that's from my perspective. The things in Sapau's department, I understand the need for those. We went over those over multiple hours, and I felt that was very clear. These other ones I don't recall us talking about, and I don't feel comfortable moving forward with that part. So, and then the other thing I wanted to bring up was Beacons Beach. So,
Can I respond to the assistant to the city manager? So the assistant to the city manager is just the next level in our analyst series. It's actually not an executive. I need a person at a senior level to staff 2 very important committees. One will be the infrastructure committee, and one will be what I'm assuming will be a public health and safety committee. I could have brought forward a division manager level, but chose not to because that's actually at the management level. So it is an old-fashioned title for those in public administration, but it's actually just the next position. It's not a executive level or department head level, and it's certainly not the assistant city manager level as Ms. Campbell.
May I just add one comment to that line of thinking, is that I've been frequently asking our city manager how we plan to carry out a lot of our goals for the equity committee. And my understanding is that this position that will be created will be able to manage a lot of the DE&I aspects that we talked about tonight. And so we're not seeing that as a separate position at this time, because we sort of need to figure out how that position will play out. And my understanding is that this role, the assistant to the city manager, will be handling a lot of those tasks. So I am supportive of that position for that reason.
I think these are the reasons we need to get the positions work defined, because, I have spoken with other assistants to the city manager who work in other cities, who, to me, they seem like they're describing their position at an executive level. So, I appreciate that we have this work that needs to be done, and I think it is important that we make it clear what staff is going to do it. So it just needs to be put into writing, and then the council will make a decision. If you just asked me if we needed more executive management, I would say we don't. I think we do need more people in Department of Engineering and Planning. And to me, it seems like the city manager's office is appropriately staffed. And I don't think we need another support person. To me, it seems like the support person for the council can handle the support person for the city manager. And as I've described a legal secretary handles 5 or 6 or 7 attorneys and does pleadings and calendaring and communications and all the things. So to me, it seems quite possible for someone to manage the 5 of us and the city manager. So, and that has basically, I think part of it was that this position was wrapped into other things that have been changing in that over time, that department over time. So I'm happy to hear more information and then evaluate whether we think that's something that's needed. Okay, so any other, I did want to move to Beacons Beach. Does anyone else want to talk about the personnel part?
So I thought that Bob's old position and Pat's old position of a legislative analyst was being morphed into the assistant to the city manager, which is one step above an analyst position. And that person would not only handle the legislative obligations, but that they would then have the additional commission committee and DEI responsibilities. And if you kept it at the analyst position, the conundrum would be, can you actually recruit at that level and have that person that would be competent in all of those different areas? But I agree that I think that perhaps what we can do is have even more information at the next meeting, and maybe even a presentation where we can kind of drill down into each of these areas.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're all articulating really important things, and part of it is just that, we look at the budget that's been produced, and this is the city manager request, but we haven't seen that you're describing right now. So that was the ask. Okay, so the next thing is Beacons Beach. So currently in the budget, Beacons Beach parking lot, in this, it says adopted 150,000, and then proposed for next year is 400,000. So I just, Beacon's situation has changed. I know we don't have money to build a staircase right now, but I don't know if we need to spend 400,000 renovating the trail, or if there's some other use of that money proposed for next year that's relevant to the current circumstances, and just in general, to have a little bit more information about what's happening at Beacons.
Yes, Mayor, Council. The 150,000 for design that we have was for design of the relocating the parking lot so that it is out of the bluff failure plane. And the construction for that, which we're asking for this coming year, is for the construction of that. So the design and construction, the scope of the project was shifting the parking lot back. That's why it's what it is now. Obviously, there has been a failure. We have closed off the beach. So we still have to have some more discussions about if this has to change. But that's why you had 150,000 for design and 400,000 for the construction.
So does the ask change given the new circumstances that Beacons Beach is completely closed? And
I don't have the answer to that. We're still looking at evaluating and making sure that the bluff is still not moving. That's what the geotechnical department here and the engineering group is doing. Once we can certainly say that it isn't moving, then we can make a decision on that. But right now, we don't know.
Okay. Well, in the next month before our budget, we might want to make sure that line item reflects what we need.
Absolutely.
So are you saying that you would increase that amount when you say what it needs? Because it's going to need more than that.
I don't know. I mean, part of it is for staff to
millions of dollars.
Yeah, but if we're not going to be moving the parking lot because the parking lot is closed along with the access point, then we should move that money out and figure out what we think we are going to need and start to program it out for 6 years. I mean, basically, it's just to be responsive to what's happening, because that 400 was to design moving the parking lot, which is now closed. So maybe we're going to move it farther, or maybe we have some other project, or maybe it's more, but it just seems to me like it needs to be analyzed. Councilmember Krantz.
Yes, I hope that we can very soon have a presentation and get the subject of Beacons, aired in public. I know that we have our geotechnical engineer and scripts and engineering department and the planning department with the Coastal Commission conversation going on, and let's see, who am I forgetting? Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec is also there because they have been working very hard to maintain the trail, and they did the revegetation, and they've been doing a lot of things. But the public has had a significant loss. We heard public comment tonight. I obviously have some disagreement with the way it was presented tonight, but the reality is that this issue is really important, and we need to have a real strong sense of urgency about gathering information, making informed decisions, making sure that money is allocated appropriately, engaging the state in the conversation about the costs that are going to be associated with making the repairs so that beach access is happening. So there's a lot going on here, and I appreciate you bringing it up, but we need more information, and we need it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Hinsey.
Just a comment, because it seems relevant right now. So I think the intention had been that we would be able to tie the parking lot relocation effort within the city with the funding that the SCRIP study includes, which came from the state of California. And my hope is that we can disentangle those two projects. So if we are looking at a longer timeline for the project for the parking lot, that we can continue moving forward with that state funding that's helping us to better understand the bluff. and not waste any more time doing that. And I think that we are moving along. I think that Scripps has been down there once a week and is able to install their instrumentation, but it just seems like now would be a good time to decouple those projects so we don't slow one down.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see anybody else with their hands raised. I mean, I guess this is our feedback. On the Pacific View thing, I just want to end with, page 17 describes other revenue, and it has the actual budget from 2020 to 21 as being 2.2 million, and then revised budget is 21 million because we borrowed money to do streetscape. So the ARPA money needs to be in, or the amount that's allocated to Pacific View needs to be, of course, in whichever year it is accurately needs to be in. So, you've divided it according to the information you did tonight. I heard the city manager say, actually, it was in this other year. It doesn't matter. It just needs to be accurately reflected. And then, of course, we need to see the project of Pacific View come forward as a funded project, because that is what the council's directed. So just to make sure that, we go back through and make sure that this document maintains its integrity.
Yes, we'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's see. I don't see any other comments. Anyone else want to say anything about the budget? Okay, so I don't think we're going to take a motion on this. I think we're just giving feedback. I'm not prepared to vote on a motion. So we'll come back sometime in the next 4 weeks with a refined budget.
Yes,
right?
we're returning on June 15th.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody who came for this item. We're going to move on, 10:40 here, to the next item, which is 10E. This is the last item, so we're not going to take a break. I hope everyone's okay. Okay. And this is ratification of the tentative agreement between the City of Encinitas and the Encinitas Firefighters Association. I see firefighters at the back. That's probably what they're here for.
Madam Mayor, we are so pleased to announce that we've reached agreement with the Encinitas Firefighters Association, and HR Director Bukowski is going to provide an overview.
Good evening, Mayor Blake Spear and City Council. Item 10E is the adoption of the MOU with the Firefighters Association. It expired back in December 31st of 2021, and we've been negotiating with them since then, and we reached an agreement. Not a lot involved in the agreement. There's three changes. One is the new agreement is a 4-year term. So it's retroactively effective to January 1st of this year and will expire December 31st of 2025. There are increases to the paramedic incentive pay each year. It's currently $150. It'll go up to $500 by the end of the contract. And there's 3% base wage increases each year. Those are really the only changes. And the cost of those changes over the 4-year period is just a little over $2 million. So that's really the changes that's presented to you for adoption tonight. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Do any of our firefighters in the back want to say anything? Or you're just watching? Okay. You're invited to if you want to. No? Okay. Deputy Mayor. Oh, do we have public comment? No.
All right, thank you. Thank you to the firefighters here today, and also if you want to pass on to your colleagues, thank you so much for your service to our city. I'm glad that we've been able to reach an agreement. It seems like a modest agreement, so I'm going to move this item that we approve this memorandum of understanding with the firefighters.
And I'll happily second that.
Okay, and I'll just also say I'm really thrilled that we've reached agreement, and I'm grateful for the parties who worked so hard at it, and I'm just really happy that we are here now, so thank you. Let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for staying so long. Let's see. Any informational items, council member initiated items, council member reports, council member Krantz, do you want any reports pursuant to AB 1234? Okay, Hinsey, Lines,
Not really specific to AB 1234, but I did want to say that as the president of the San Diego Water District, I was able to gather with staff and several colleagues of mine here on the City Council and celebrate our 100th birthday yesterday at the Encinitas Senior and Community Center. And so it was a really great amount of fun. It's really nice to celebrate 100 years of being able to deliver water to the customers of San Diego Water District. We had some past employees and lots of current employees, and we had our old wooden pipes on display. So it was a really nice time and great opportunity just to congratulate everyone. And we had a lot of our partners there as well, from Santa Fe Irrigation District to Levenheim Municipal Water District, Encina Wastewater, San Alejo. So it was really San Diego County Water Authority. So it was really a great gathering. I had a lot of fun, and happy birthday to San Diego Water District.
That's great. Yes, happy birthday. We have celebrated multiple times now, so it's exciting. I just had a couple of quick things I wanted to mention. So one is that we had the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, which we've done for 28 years in the city. We had a lot of technical problems in our senior and community center for that public event, and I wanted to encourage the city manager to oversee kind of run-throughs of things when we do events like that are important community events, that we have a tech run-through, so dress rehearsal to make sure that microphones work and TVs work and the slideshow works. So otherwise, it was a nice event. And then also I noticed, I was reading in the newspaper that the County of San Diego is offering $10 million for cities who apply for the money that want to set up shelters for unsheltered homeless shelters. And every city participated except for Poway, Coronado, Encinitas, and I think it might have been Imperial Beach. And it called them out in the newspaper article. I did mention to Christian about our absence there, and he said that he was in dialogue with them. But I would like to also request that the city manager make sure that we participate in those important regional forums that provide money and contacts and understanding of what options are in line with our homeless action plan, so that we are, not missing out on things, because Poway, Coronado, and Encinitas missing it isn't great, I think. So I'm hoping that can happen in the future. And I think with that, I don't have any other reports. Do we have any?
So I would say that the 100th birthday kind of stands as kind of a model, if you will, on how the room could be set up for the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, because I think that the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast wasn't set up as well as the birthday was. Just how the room was set up. We didn't have any IT issues. Though with I think the prayer breakfast, you have multiple parties that are kind of trying to show presentations and other things going on, and we had moved our digital program to kind of a digital program, and so I think that it really does require kind of like some sort of dry run before. And also, I think one of the other comments that I would make is that we have multiple faith-based organizations in the community, and I think that it is kind of like another organization that really runs it, but it is the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. So I think we need to take ownership of it, like work with them, but also in some ways manage it as well, because I think people think that it's ours and we're inviting them there. And so, and I think that there's multiple faith-based organizations, and they weren't all, for whatever reason, they weren't all included as they were in prior years. And many of the partners that we have, traditional partners that we have, say on the housing issue, weren't actually, they weren't as included as they had been in previous years. So just a couple of comments.
Yeah, I think that's good feedback. And hopefully we can take a little bit more ownership of that, because I think it does reflect on the city how that event goes. And I know the Interfaith Organization works really hard to have speakers, but if the city was involved in making sure that the Catholic Church came and Jewish faith came and the Self-Realization Fellowship, which is really important in this community. Some of them were even in the room, just not speaking. So, and it would also be nice to have the city manager or assistant city manager make time in the schedule to be able to make it. So, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts on that too. And I think everybody came but Councilmember Hinsey. So we had, we've had, in the past, we've also had good turnout from previous electeds, like Teresa Barth would come and others, Lisa Schaefer. We didn't have that this year either. So anyway, maybe it's a post-COVID situation partly. Okay, city manager or city attorney or city clerk report. Anyone have anything to share? City attorney?
Very briefly, there's a new assembly bill, AB 211 from Assemblymember Buffy Wicks. What it would do is for areas that are zoned for retail, commercial, and or parking, or office, retail, or parking, it would require that certain housing sites that are 100% affordable, certain projects, be subject to a ministerial approval process, in essence, as a matter of right, as opposed to requiring a conditional use permit or some other discretionary permit. These are simply for 100% affordable projects and some mixed-use projects.
Okay. We're having a hard time getting 100% affordable projects in any site in the city so far. So that would be interesting to see how that develops.
So at a 100%, that would be us. That would be a city basically, because who, like the mayor said, like what private entity is going to bring forth a 100%? Would that be so is this a public entity that's able to move a 100% and they can move it into their commercial corridors?
So it's not necessarily, it would not necessarily be a city project. It could, in theory, it could be any project, whether it's sponsored by the city or sponsored by affordable housing sponsor or some other entity. It would apply to certain mixed-use projects within these specific types of use zones, or 100% affordable. The mixed-use projects have to have a larger affordability complex, but they're not, because it's mixed use, it's not 100% affordable. They have certain location restrictions, have to be located near transit and so forth.
All right.
I think like someone who owned a parking lot and got tax credits and whatever else could build their own 100% affordable project.
But you can't, like say for instance in Encinitas Town Center, they couldn't build, they would have constraints in building a 100% because they would have to go to the ballot. And if it's not identified in the housing element, they would have to go to the ballot and have that identified as a housing site.
That's a nuanced question. Because this is subject to a ministerial approval process, it may in fact be exempt from local ordinance. I'm not saying it is,
right,
but it may be.
So, but we'll have further discussion on this if it passes.
Correct. It's just passed the housing committee. It's now sitting with a budget committee, I believe.
Thank you so much for keeping up on these things. We appreciate having an update from the attorney on some of the legislation that might affect us.
You could be our legislative analyst
exactly.
as well.
It's nice to have
I wear many hats.
I appreciate that, Tarquin. Okay, so any other comments? No? Okay, we are adjourned.